we once again reflect on the past and reboot as we prepare for the threats and opportunities of the future. For these 2 days, we have lined up amazing experts in the fields of leadership, human resources, technology, health, and others to lead our discussions. Together, let's learn, engage, and ensure that later when we go back home, we have made new friends that we can always support and count on in our professional and personal lives. Ibau has a membership of about 54 members, of whom 3 are reinsurance brokers. Over the past year, we have had various engagements with our key stakeholders. We've participated in the IRA-led Insurance Week as partners in trying to sensitize the insuring public about the products and services that all our industry offers. We've participated in innovative awards that were designed by our regulators to help different companies become more productive and share their products, and better still, how best the public, the insuring public, can get these products. We've had engagements in determining our motor third-party and marine platforms to see, on top of reducing the leakages we may have in the insurance industry, also boost more income that we can raise and also add to our GDP as a country. Friends, we have done all this to complement and improve the way we do business with the ultimate goal of bringing our services closer and for the benefit of the insuring public. We would like to once again thank our organizing committee, led by Chair Rita, for the great job done in putting this conference together for our benefit. If we could give another hand of applause for them. When Rita came on, after 4 years of running these conferences in Kampala, as a pure, strong lady, she came and broke the ceiling and took us out of Kampala. Right, Honorable Minister, we were initially a bit reserved on, will insurers be ready to leave their lovely homes and Kampala to go for a conference of 3-4 days outside town? But Rita, with all certainty, said she knew our insurers and the industry quite well, and what we needed was a time out of Kampala to re-energize, take a break, but most importantly, go back when we are stronger, we are friends, and we are more engaged and involved in bringing insurance products and services closer to the public. Once again, a big thank you. We'd also very much like to thank all our sponsors. We have had tremendous support from the insurers here in the market. I'd like to give special recognition to our platinum sponsors, Sanlam and UAP, who really set the bar high. And again, thank each and every one of the other sponsors, because each and everything, when we reached out to the insurers, most of the insurers, whichever they could give, they gave us, and thank you. Because of your contributions, we have been able to put this together and hope you will see the benefit as you go back home at the end of the conference. However, most importantly, we would like to thank all our delegates here present for sparing your valuable time and resources to come and be here with us this week. We do have quite a selection of speeches and activities lined up. We wish each and every one of you fruitful deliberations and a great conference ahead. Karibu sana. At this moment, I have the privilege of inviting our CEO, the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, Alhaj Ibrahim Kadunabi Lubega, to come and make his remarks.
our guest of honor, Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the First Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda and Minister for East African Affairs. The protocol, as already given to us, is respected. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome each one of you to the 5th Annual Conference of the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda. Welcome you to any place in Uganda because of the various roles you have played and indeed the impact you have displayed to many of the Ugandans, more so the eastern region. But since you deployed me in the insurance sector, I must welcome you. May I also inform the audience here that the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga is also the second National Vice Chairman of the ruling National Resistance Movement. We welcome you, Madam. Right Honorable, the community before you is majorly composed of the Insurance Brokers Association members, which is an umbrella body bringing together all licensed insurance brokers in the country. Allow me to applaud the chair of the Brokers Association, Mr. Paul Mohammed, for organizing this conference. And indeed, particularly, we want to applaud the conference chair, Rita Mutesi Kabaiza, and the team, which is already shown to us, for organizing such a nice conference. Thank you very much. As already mentioned, this year's theme is Rethink, Re-Energize, and Reshape. This theme, therefore, catalyzes the innovation and the professional skill enhancement, among others, in the insurance broking fraternity. Cognizant of the above, the insurance brokers, Madam Right Honorable, play a very vital role in ensuring that they bring customers and business access together, and they add the professional bit of it. And indeed, they explain the products which we have in the insurance industry and solutions which can be provided by the insurance fraternity. Insurance brokers are at the forefront of providing the insurance public with value add, which makes the work of the insuring public much easier. According to the 2022 industry performance, the unaudited financial statements show us that a total of 412.6 billion worth of insurance premiums went through the insurance broking firms. This amounts to 28.64% of the 1.44 trillion worth of total gross written premiums during the year 2022. The Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda launched the InsureX program in March this year. This is a unique program that will see the insurance industry witness in this era where technology is evolving daily. And I want to challenge each one of us who is here that we must embrace technology. If we do not embrace it, then we will be blaming will be ourselves to blame. I want also to inform you that next week, the Insurance Regulatory Authority will be signing a contract with Visa regulatory company, which is going to make sure that all our operations are going to be automated. I have already given a directive in my office that effective 1st July 2023, all returns coming from the players must be online. We are stopping the physical copies because we must embrace technology. And I want all of us to move together. I am therefore hopeful that the InsurTechs and indeed the future labs of the innovation village is the only way we must embrace in order to grow the sector, and indeed we will benefit from the regulatory sandbox, which you are aware we launched some time ago. The innovation village will be willing to help each one of you who has a product which you think is worthy trying, because it is not time to live in the status quo. Right Honorable, as I conclude my remarks, may I challenge the insurance brokers once again to diversify into risk management opportunities through trainings in life, oil and gas, and long-term agreements. Merging of insurance broking firms and indeed rebranding is an inevitable evil if we are to survive. At the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, I do once again promise that we will give you everything that is required to ensure that the insurance industry moves to the next level. You are all aware that the Insurance Intermediaries Regulations 2021 set out corporate governance requirements, principal officer requirements, control function requirements, and policies and procedure requirements. I want once again to urge each one of you to ensure that we abide by these regulations, because as you know, the deadline for full compliance is June 2023. May I take the singular honor also to thank our guest of honor once again, because as you may recall, those of you who are around, when we were struggling to see that we overhaul the Insurance Act 2017, Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga took it as a personal project. She was sitting in Parliament during those long sessions to see that that bill became an act of Parliament. We thank you very much, Right Honorable. I am ending with a quotation from Albert Einstein, who is a German physicist. He said, "The measure of intelligence is the ability to change." We must all resolve to change if we are to be called intelligent. I thank you for listening to me. May I now take the singular privilege to invite the guest of honor to address us. Madam Guest of Honor, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kadunabi, the head of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, the chair of the board, and all the other members. Let me stand on existing protocol. I want to say good morning. Bonjour. Habari za asubuhi. I thought I should use the 3 languages of the EAC. Thank you very much for inviting me to the 5th annual conference of the Insurance Brokers Association. And I think this is the third time I'm addressing the annual conference. So I'm really one of your partners. So I'm happy to be here. But I'm very, very excited that you're in Jinja. You know, most of the international conferences take place in Kampala. And we who represent areas outside Kampala have been having a big problem to campaign to take business outside Kampala. So thank you for coming to Jinja. Thank you for blessing the city. And thank you for irrigating our economy, because I'm sure money will be spent in this economy. Just below, down here, is the famous River Nile. So welcome. At least you can put your feet in the water and say I was in the Nile. This is also the land of the equator, the land of the Uganda Matters, the land of the Rift Valley, and all the opportunities. So you're welcome to Uganda. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the delegations of Burundi, of Rwanda, of Tanzania, of Kenya, and I hope that one day our friends from the DRC and the Republic of South Sudan will join and come and be part of what you are doing here. The insurance industry is a vital facilitator of the Common Market Protocol, both under the ESC and under COMESA. It is very, very exciting to see the industry has grown, judging by the number of brokerage firms represented here, which I'm told are from the whole country. As Haji Kadunabi has informed you, when we were enacting this law in Parliament, it was really hard because it's what people call a dry subject. So not many people knew what to contribute. So it was really hard driving, but I'm glad that we're here, and I'm happy that Haji Kadunabi, who was part of the architecture, is now the steward of this industry. So congratulations. We have come here to rethink, to energize, and reshape. When we look back, there's been many changes in this industry. The population has grown. Technology has changed. Developments in the industries are immense. When we were at the university, there were very little branches of insurance. But I believe that now a lot has happened, and we need to design new products in the insurance industry. What products can you design for the integration of education in this region, for trade, for capital movement within the region? How do we address the work of the small traders, who are very many? We're recovering from COVID. You all know what happened. Jobs were lost. But interestingly, it also a lot of innovations. A lot of new thinking came into place. And I think that we need to address it. But now, how do we, in the insurance industry, address the shocks of the pandemic in the future? Because it may happen again. After COVID, then we had Ebola, then there was Marburg. So all these things affect how we work. How are you addressing the impact of climate change to the industry? Our lifestyles have changed. In some countries, there is less physical interaction. People operate on Zoom. How do you manage contracts that are conducted on Zoom? How do you ensure them? And then on the freedom of movement within the EAC, how does the insurance industry facilitate the business community? How do we handle the air travel in this region? Are the passengers insured? Are planes sufficiently insured? How about the maritime industry? You've heard about the numerous accidents on the rivers, on the lakes, within the region. How do we address it? We have the truck drivers who during the pandemic were the only ones allowed to move because they keep this region alive economically. How do we address their issues? Those drivers who fly from Mombasa to Bukavu, are they insured? Are the goods they're taking insured? Are the trucks themselves insured? So all these are things that I think we need to think about. But I also want to interest you in a group of people about who do 8% of the trade in this region, the cross-border traders, many of whom are women. They keep on shuttling from border to border, keeping things moving, keeping our economies moving. I want you to take an interest in their issues and see what products you can design for that particular industry. So I welcome you to Jinja. I wish you a happy stay here. And when the conference is over, please move to other parts of the country. There are many things you can see, even within the Usoga region. I welcome you, and have a good conference. I want to take this opportunity to declare this conference open and to wish you fruitful deliberations. If there are things you need government to handle, my doors are open. Honorable Kadunabi can let me know, and we'll see how to move. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our guest of honor.
Thank you very much, guest of honor. You talked about us coming to Jinja. Allow me to inform you that our international delegates, from the time we told them that we have a conference, they kept asking us what a Rolex is. And so the organizer, through Paul, thought that let them bring them to the land where they make the Rolex, not the watch, but the food. So guests of honor, we are here to do business as we continue to solution for our customers. We have buyers of insurance in here, sellers of insurance, distributors, but also users of insurance. And we are here to aggregate our minds as we continue to solution for this market. But also we brought them to Jinja to continue relaxing, see the source of the Nile, and see what is in there for them to continue to tour and support this country. Ladies and gentlemen, because our guest of honor has given us a very good speech, but also continued to support us through Al-Haji saying that the doors are open, can we give her a big, big round of applause? At this point in time, we are going to have, I am going to invite the principal of the Insurance Training College, who also doubles as the chairman of the Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Saul Seremba, to come and move a vote of thanks. And after that, we'll move to the picture session and you'll depart. Thank you very much. Can we all come, Mr. Saul Seremba, with a round of applause?
Thank you. Our guest of honor, Mama Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, and also Minister of East African Affairs. Our team leader, Alhaji Kadunabi, Ibrahim Lubega. Our keynote speaker, here present, the chairperson of the East African Insurance Brokers Association, my good friend Abdu, the convener of this year's conference, the chairperson of Ibau, our elder Solomon Lubondo, the industry captains here present, our dear friends of the insurance fraternity, a very good morning. Madam Guest of Honor, we want to convey our heartfelt appreciation to you for gracing this occasion. Thank you so much for putting aside time to come and share with us from the insurance fraternity. We don't take this for granted. I must say, we have also learned a lot from your wise counsel and immense experience from the various roles that you play. Thank you, Mama. Mama, we also want to convey our special thanks to His Highness Isebantu for allowing us to hold this event on his land. Isebantu afunvue. Mama, allow me, in your presence, appreciate Alhaji for his unwavering support and guidance to the sector and us, the players. Thank you so much, Alhaji, and you inspire us. We are proud of you, and I believe with your leadership, there are many more wins for us as a sector. And your remarks and words of wisdom were spot on as we rethink our strategies in the new era. Madam Guest of Honor, allow me convey a vote of thanks to the leadership of the East African Insurance Brokers Association. In our midst, we have members from the different countries, and the bond that has been made by this association is so strong that it inspires us from the other associations and groups or institutions. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdu, and the team from EIBA for the support of the initiatives of the association. Ibau, thank you so much for organizing this. You've set the bar so high. Thank you. The conveners of this year's event, kudos. It is just flawless. The sponsors, thank you so much for the great, for injecting money into this event. We couldn't have had a great event without you. Madam Guest of Honor, special thanks to the delegates who have traveled from Kampala and other parts of the country, even outside, to be part of this auspicious event. Our dear service providers, thank you so much. And finally, to the people of Busoga, thank you for the hospitality. We feel loved and we feel great. As I conclude, I wish you nice deliberations and a great time in Jinja as we rethink, as we reshape and re-strategize. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Saul. Our guest of honor, we want to say thank you, but in a special way. We want to give you gifts so that when you go back to your family, there are ways through which your team should be able to see that you are here with us at the Ginger Nile Resort. So I request Chris, together with Mr. Solomon Mr. Solomon Rubondo, to get the gifts, and then we start the awarding ceremony. So the first one, the conference chair will award our guest of honor. Then the chairman of the Brokers Association of Uganda will award Alhaji. Alhaji, we decided to make sure that pictures are black and white because we are black. It's not that we didn't have colors. And then I request the UAP team to award our guest of honor. So thank you very much. I request Mr. Solomon Rubondo to lead the delegation. We are going to have photos from out there. And so the teams that will have the different photos will have the team that has been seated at the front. We'll have a photo of our platinum sponsors. We'll have a photo of international delegates. So I request the international delegates to follow through and make sure that we have this photo. And one final one. Of the organizing committee. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have the photo moment, we'll have a health break of 5 to 10 minutes. So I request the legacy team to give us some bites in terms of videos and sound as we conclude the photo moment.
at exact session.
But for whatever life serves you, it may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the 4th batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. How it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tuli nawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you from the break tea. Can we take our seats so that we can resume? The legacy team, in the meantime, please give me the videos. Allow them rerun, allow them rerun.
can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I request that we take our seats and then we can proceed with our program. Allow me to welcome you from the first half of the morning, and allow me to welcome you from your health break. So allow me to welcome you once again from your health break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having the conversation here at Ginger Nile Resort, but because of the impact of technology and the digital space, we are also having the conversation streaming live on YouTube, so you can share the link, and for you to access the link, the Legacy team should be able to get it to you, so that our friends that are not with us this morning can get a feel of the conversations we're having down here. The other is that for those of you who are alive and well on social media, we are trending with the hashtag, the Ibau Conference 2023. So feel free to get into the conversation on social media across all our platforms at the IBU page, that is the Insurance Brokers Association. Please get to the page and be part of the conference. Share a line or two of what has interested you under the theme Rethink, Re-Energize. At this point in time, I want to think that all of us are okay, and allow me to invite our platinum sponsor, who we've agreed that in short of 5 minutes, they should be able to summarize their conversation, and after that, we'll get remarks from the East African Insurance Brokers Association representative, who is Mr. Abdul Assalam Rushakere. So at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, can you join me in welcoming our platinum sponsor, Sanlam, who is represented by Mr. Gary Corbett. Can we give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the front?
Good morning. I've only got 5 minutes, so I'm not going to individually recognize the presence of everybody, because that will be 4 minutes gone. I am going to say, all protocol observed. You might be wondering why I'm sat at the back. Well, I'll come on to that in a minute. It's my pleasure to be here, to welcome everybody. Sanlam is a very proud company today to be able to sponsor the 5th annual conference of IBAU. I've been to most of the previous ones. In fact, I've been to most of everything over the last 23 years, which is how long I've been a CEO in and out of Uganda. Seems, well, it's a lifetime. There might be people here who weren't born when I first came in 1999. Frightening thought. Last evening, I spent a beautiful 45 minutes with an old friend. I've known him for years. I look exactly the same as I did in 1999. He looks much older. Well, and we were not reminiscing, but we were, in many ways, uncomfortable with where are all the young rebels? Where are all the young revolutionaries? Now, he was probably a revolutionary back in the day, but he's moved on to other things. But the networking was magnificent, and I'll come back to that point in a minute. This conference, and this is why I was sat at the back, this conference is not about the sponsors. You know, I sign a check or an electronic fund transfer. Somebody convinces me that this is a good use of the shareholders' money. And it has to be a good use. This conference is about the delegates. And when I talk about where are the revolutionaries, where are the rebels, the delegates over the next 2 days, if you don't understand something, ask. Be brave. Don't just look around to see, oh, nobody's asked anything, I better not. Be brave, because you are the people who know what's going on in the industry. I don't. I listen to what people tell me. I synthesize that with what other people tell me, but you guys do it day in, day out. So if you don't agree with something, or if you want further explanation, be brave. You're not being a rebel. You're not being a revolutionary. You are honoring the investment that your parents made in you and your companies have made in you to represent your parents and your companies here. You are delegates. That's why. You are much more important than Sanlam or other companies and organizations. Absolutely critical. Be brave. So, I'm just coming to the end of my 5 minutes. Really glad I didn't go through all the names, because I probably would have forgotten somebody, and that would have been a disaster. This conference can either be wonderful networking, great to see colleagues and friends, sometimes family members we haven't seen for a while. And it can be an opportunity to drive the themes of re-energizing, etc., etc. My plea to the delegates is make it both. Make this by far the most successful IBAU conference by participating, not just looking at your little notepads and taking the occasional note because you think it's the right thing to do. Get involved, be relevant. Before I finish my 5 minutes, I'd like to ask my dear friend Ruth Namuli, who's the Sanlam General Insurance CEO, and as her name indicates, she is a she. We are very, very, very gender sensitive in Sanlam, except when it goes wrong and then I get blamed. So Ruth, you might notice she's carrying something. This is a unique football. It has our signatures on. I don't know if that makes it more valuable or less valuable. Probably less valuable. So the first lady that can come up here and claim it, it is yours. Please, first. I'm not throwing it in case there's a public liability claim. Madame, it is yours. On behalf of Sanlam, thank you very much indeed. Have a great conference.
Another round of applause for our platinum sponsor, Sanlam.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex over there is working with me, so he'll be my co-MC. So if you see him supplementing, please let's move along with him. Thank you very much, Gary, for those remarks. Sometimes I'm pushed to put a comma in your name, because I know it's Corbett, but sometimes I feel it would be better if I say Gary Orbit. I don't know if it will, but you know, people are sensitive with their names. But thank you very much. I'd like to pick your words where you say, be brave, and let's make this conference work. Look at your neighbor and tell them, let's make this conference work. Look at your neighbor and tell them, let's make this conference work. Give them a high five for accepting. Give them a high five for accepting. So many times a high five is mistaken for slapping, and I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the conversation is streaming live. So let's make sure that we are part of the conversation. In part of being brave, before I invite our next speaker, the theme is Re-Energize. And in Re-Energize, allow me quote, that many of us keep working and we keep working. But we have a quote here, for the quote for the day. It says that if you are burnt out and struggling, you do not need more productivity. What you need is a break. So it's important to also take a what? Take a break. At this point in time, allow me invite a gentleman who is the CEO of the first Burundi insurance brokers since FBIB, who is the president of the Insurance Brokers Association of Burundi, IBAB, but also who is the president of the East African Insurance Brokers Association. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome a gentleman who likes the word Salam Alaikum. Let's welcome Abdu.
Thank you very much. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shukran. Yes. I would like to recognize CEO of Insurance Regulating Authority, Al-Hajj Kadunambi Ibrahim Lubega, who's the regulator, but for me I consider him as a big brother, as a friend, because we've known each other for quite some time now. Thank you very much for being here today. And also I would like to recognize the presidents of East African Insurance Broker Association. I would like to call by name so you can know them. So because when they called them before, it was in a group. I would like to ask my brother Anthony Mwangi from AIBK Kenya to stand up and say greet to our delegates. I would like also to ask my brother Olo from Tanzania Insurance Broker Association. I don't know if he's nearby, I can't see him. And also I would like to welcome the representative of Rwanda Insurance Broker Association. Mr. Jean-Pierre Mubigi could not be here, but he sent Madame Mendez to represent him. If she can stand up and be recognized. Last but not least, my brother Paul Mohamed is part of East African Insurance Broker Association. With all protocol observed, I would like to start my speech by recognize today is the 10th year of existence of East African Insurance Broker Association. Mr. Gary was asking about who are the revolutionaries, who are the rebels. East African Insurance Broker Association, we are the revolutionaries, we are the rebels, and I'm going to inform you how we are the rebels of the industry. The idea came about by none other than one of your own, Latima Mukasa, who came up with an idea shared with our Kenya counterpart, Mr. Mushemi Ndugu. They called us to convene in Kampala in 2013. It was a great idea. We all bought it, and the East African Insurance Broker Association was born. That's when the rebel movement was born here in Uganda. Now, what are the benefits of this rebel movement and revolutionary of East African Broker Association? I would like to share with you only 5 out of many achievements that we've done to revolutionize the industry of insurance. Number 1, this very conference you are sitting in here came about to be because of East African Insurance Broker Association. The first time when we were invited in 2013, there used to be an award-giving event here in Kampala, which is, it was viewed well with those insurance companies who are winning. It was not viewed very well with those insurance who are not winning. So in that same year, we were invited in Nairobi, in Mombasa, to attend AIBK Insurance Conference in Kenya, and that opened our eyes. So wow, we saw how the insurance fraternity in terms of the brokers and the insurance companies were all converging together, speaking language with the same ambition to grow the industry. That took us by surprise, took us by storm. So we need to be part of this. We need to learn from our brothers in Kenya so we can do the same back home. Not long ago, Tanzania followed through. 2015, Tanzania started the insurance broker conference, annual conference from 2015. And then here comes Mr. Solomon Rubondo, after a long time, because for some time, Uganda was timid, Burundi was timid, Rwanda was timid. To embark in this journey, we thought maybe our industry is not of age, the insurance company might not be of supportive, so I had all those worries. But Mr. Solomon Rubondo, when he came on board, he came on board in 2018. By 2019, he has started his first conference in Uganda, which today we are celebrating the first century. I'd like if you can applaud on his effort, because what Solomon Rubondo did, he took fear away from Burundi and Rwanda. Because of COVID also followed through, we were held back to get started. Burundi started their conferences in 2022. We just had our second conference, which is a good way of communicating and collaborating with our local in a local industry. So is Rwanda. Rwanda even took it to a higher notch because of this confidence that was flowing through our association. Rwanda went to another notch. They were the first one to take us out of town because we did not do the conference in Kigali. We did it in Gisenyi. And normally, as beginners, we are doing like half day. Like remember when Uganda started with half day, Burundi we started with a half day, but Rwanda went for 2 days from day one, which shows that there's a confidence. So this is one of the revolution that we did with our industry. The second benefits we got from this association. This association allowed us to do informational sharing. We are able to share information so we can able to advocate on changes on different laws, local laws on insurance laws. Especially for us brokers, one of the biggest benefits we got from Burundi is the commission. By the time we started, our commission was lowest in East Africa. But because we have the note to share with the regulator of different countries, now our commission was raised. Now we're still in pretty well in Burundi. So these are some of the benefits for information sharing. The other cross-border services. I want to share with you just a little bit experience we had a week or two. I think my brother Anthony can be attest to that. My brother Anthony had one of his clients who was in Burundi driving back to Kenya. He had a car accident on the road on up country. Now, notice this. In Burundi, we speak French and Kirundi only. In Kenya, they speak English and Kiswahili. There was a communication breakdown. The only thing the client of Anthony could do is to call Anthony, I need help. Anthony, what he did, he just texts me, Abdul, take number of my client, he needs help. He's up country, I cannot drive 3 hours to meet him, but through their connection and the phone call of my local knowledge, the client was sorted in less than 1 hour, and that shall be informed. Now even the car that had an accident has reached well, and the people who are injured in Burundi, they're being taken care of. So this is another benefit we are doing. We are getting from East African Insurance Broker Association. The fourth one is we are playing the bridge. You see, our different industries have different years of development. Some have gone ahead as far as having training institutions. By that, it allows to have a bridge for our locals to have these benefits. And I'd like to share you another story. In Burundi, for the first time this year, we're going to have a COP graduate, 5 of them. Guess who will train them? ITC. I want to recognize my brother from ITC, Saulo, for believing me. By the time I told him we have the need, he jumped on it. He sent his team. They trained us in Burundi. And today, we're going to be celebrating soon our first graduate of COP. Last but not least, I'd like to share with you our mission, which is what all of us we should embark on. East African Insurance Broker Association, we want to grow the region. They mentioned about the bond we have within our association. It's incredible. Some of these brothers we met as business, as our colleagues, but today we're like brothers. We attend each other's functions. We attend each whenever one is sick. So we build a bond, but a bond with a purpose. Our purpose is to give a bridge to our partners, local partners, to be able to use this bridge to cross to a different country. Now we've gone even as far as DRC. I was in DRC last February trying to incite them to come on board. They were supposed to attend with us today, but unfortunately last minute changes, they were unable to make it. South Sudan, so is that. And soon I think with our arrangement, I should be going to South Sudan, trying to bring them on board. This gives opportunity Ugandan insurers, service providers to cross on the other part of the world, of East Africa, to be able to benefit. And now, to close, also in partnership, I just forgotten, there's an association called Ibau. The regional AIBA representative is supposed to be with us here today. I think he's on his way, Nelson Omolo. This is an Africa Insurance Broker Association. Now, we are not stopping only in East Africa. We are also going to taking this bridge to the whole of continent. So they should be here. We are trying to amend a partnership with them. So tomorrow, we're not only going to be here as East Africans, we're going to have many other Africans being part of it. There could be your investors today. You could be the investor in your own country, in their own country tomorrow, or you could be even you can do some joint ventures and all kind of stuff. That's how we're going to grow our industry. Therefore, I'd like to conclude by giving you something to think about. We talk about East Africa, the biggest penetration, I think, could be Kenya, 2%, 2.5%. But I don't want us to look at the 2.5%. There's another number we have to look at. We have to look at the 97.5% untapped market. That's where I think we should put effort on. That means the market is still virgin. There's a statistic that I looked at last night. Do you know that East Africa has 500 million population, with Congo in and Ethiopia? We are looking at 500 million people, and we are talking about 2.5%. There's a whole new opportunity. East Africa, we are number 1 in terms of population in the whole of Africa. The region of East Africa, we are the biggest in terms of population. That means we have the biggest opportunity. I want to leave you with this. Do the mathematics from what I've just told you. We East African, we are blessed. Rita stood here. She greeted us in Kinyarwanda, in French, in Kiswahili. Myself, I'm a product of East Africa, born and raised in Burundi by father Ugandan, mother Rwandese, married to a Congolese. I don't know what I'm going to do in Tanzania and Kenya. But these all are the benefits we need to benefit from. We are so blessed in East Africa. We need to take advantage of it. We speak the language. We are the only region. We have a language that links us. I went to Kinshasa. I was speaking Kiswahili. There they speak Lingala, Swahili, and French. So I was able to speak Swahili comfortably. Kenyans don't fear to go to DRC. So Rwandese, don't fear to go to DRC, there's French. So the DRC is not going to be afraid to come in Uganda because also them, they can speak Swahili, they can speak Linga. So we have abundance of opportunity. Let's seize it, think about it, and tomorrow, approach us. Mr. Gary, we believe to be the leading rebels and revolutionary in this African insurance. So your support that you've been providing the Ugandan market, make it regional, will get you to your final destination. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Abdul, for your remarks. Friends, it is important to know a bit of each language. Alhaji, I want to share with you a small story. In my other life, I happen to be a Rotarian, and Rotarians keep moving from one district to another. So one day, we moved to Tanzania, and as we have approached the border, we crossed 1 or 2 kilometers to Tanzania. And that's when we remembered that we were hungry. So me and my colleagues who were in a bus get out of the bus, and we say that we need to find something to eat. The easiest thing to find was either you buy a chapati or you buy a Rolex. So when we reached, I told the gentleman who was making the Rolex that I needed a Rolex. And so I expected that they are going to do it the Ugandan way, where you do the chapati and then you do the eggs. Now let me tell you why it's important to know a bit of certain languages. The Tanzanians, when they're doing their Rolex, they have a can where they do the eggs and then they pour the eggs in the Irish. So for them, that's the Rolex. Now, I wanted to tell the Tanzanian man not to pour my eggs in the Irish, but to fry them separate. Colleagues, it was a mountain. Because I looked at him and I did all sign languages. Do not. Please don't. Tote kamu. No. Do separate. The eggs ended up inside the Irish. It pays to know a bit of the language because indeed communication can be a challenge. As we proceed to our program, please allow me request Frank Mbabali and Sandra Opolot to move to the reception immediately. At this point, without waste of time, allow me invite our second sponsor, who is a platinum sponsor of UAP Old Mutual, represented by their general manager, Mr. James Maguru. Can we welcome him with a round of applause to come and give us a
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance.
Chief guest, the CEO IRA, Alhaji Kadunabi Ibrahim Lubega, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether it's still morning. Good morning to you all. We are delighted as UAP, Old Mutual, to be platinum sponsors at this 5th annual Brokers Association of Uganda conference. We commend the leadership of Ibau for such initiatives that allow for dialogue, thereby creating direction for growth, sustainability, and promotion of the insurance industry. The theme for this year, as we've already had, which is Rethink, Re-Energize, Reshape, clearly depicts the aspects that companies need to focus on in the current economic climate. At UAP Old Mutual, we believe in anticipating change, embracing it, continuously improving and creating value for brokers and our customers. The theme resonates with our own efforts as a business to constantly evolve in how we deliver our promise and our purpose. Our promise is to transform lives and enable financial goals by keeping our promise. That is our purpose. Sorry. As a subsidiary of Old Mutual South Africa, we're a pan-African brand with an understanding of what is important to people and businesses on the continent and the challenges they face. With the existence of over 177 years and operations in over 13 African countries, and by the way, we have an office in China, we've been trusted to overcome those challenges and have stood the test of time. Our business in East Africa employs over 3,000 staff, serving more than 1.5 million customers across East Africa. And we have over $2.5 billion under asset management. UAP Old Mutual is the leading general insurance company in Uganda and is an integrated financial services provider with asset management and life assurance businesses. This enables our customers to receive a comprehensive range of financial solutions. With integrated financial services, we are committed to become our customers' first choice to sustain, grow, protect their wealth by offering solutions that meet their needs throughout their lifetime. Customer service is at the heart of our business, and we have adopted innovative digital mechanisms to receive real-time feedback from brokers and our customers using a text message platform called Ajua. This supports the business to shape service delivery in line with specific broker and customer needs. A study by Strategic Research Management done in 2021 revealed that customer service trumps over when it comes to attracting, retaining customers. When asked for their number one reason for choosing and staying with a given financial institution, respondents gave more votes to great service than product quality. Ease of use and personal recommendations were more focused to a great service delivery. In order to rethink, re-energize, and reshape, acting on customer feedback must be a priority for any company to survive. In the face of an evolving customer and emerging risks, new innovations are required to solve complex problems. UAP Old Mutual offers a wide range of solutions, has high underwriting capacity, and agile to meet emerging risks such as cybercrime, renewable energy, and political risks. UAP Old Mutual is proud to be the first medical insurance provider to partner with Rocket Health to deliver mobile solutions like telemedicine, testament that innovation is a cornerstone of our business. We are committed to strengthening our role and relevancy in customer lives. Increasingly, customers tell us that what they need is closer involvement and understanding and practical hands-on support. We are therefore cutting through the intimidating clutter of the financial sector to serve more as coaches and partners, providing tools, motivation, and helping customers to take the small steps that lead to great things. This is what our brand seeks to achieve. Additionally, conducting business responsibly is a long-established principle at UAP Old Mutual. We take pride in the clarity with which we conduct business with long-term sustainability in mind. We have initiatives in line with the health sector, financial, education, and environmental sustainability. We thank the regulator for promoting professionalism in the industry, a critical backbone for Old Mutual's success. We believe and trust in professionalism. Finally, I would like to thank the brokers for the continued support that has spurred UAP Old Mutual to a strong #1 market position. We give you assurance that UAP Old Mutual is committed to championing mutually positive futures for you and for your clients. We thank you very much and wish you a very wonderful conference. Together, let's positively rethink, re-energize, and reshape the future of the insurance industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the General Manager, UAP. At this point, Alhaji, allow me to inform you that we have other sponsors. From the bronze category, we have ICA Lion Group. I have seen the ICA. Can they rise up? Let's give them a round of applause, ICA team. Thank you very much. We have Mayfair Insurance. Can they also rise up for recognition? Let's give them a round of applause. We have Jubilee Insurance. Let's give them a round of applause. We have Africa Re. Let's give them a round of applause. We have the Insurance Training College. Let's give them a round of applause. We have Jubilee Alliance, Mr. Paul Kavuma. That is in the bronze category. And now, in the silver category, we have the CIC Group. In the silver sponsors, can we give CIC Group? Thank you very much, CIC. And in the diamond sponsors, we have Prudential. Can we clap for Prudential? Anyone from Prudential? Thank you very much. So Alhaji, those are our sponsors. Before I invite Alex, I am going to request that we rise. Can we rise? All of us, can we stand up? So we're going to do a very simple task. We are going to do what we call counting numbers. So it's going to be counting from 1 up to 5. And we're going to say 1, 2. But whenever we reach the number that is higher, we go back. For example, we say 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Is that clear? Is that clear? So I'm going to give you one more taste and then we start. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is that okay? We are going to stop up to 5. I'll stand there. And then I see who those that are not counting. By the time we are done, Alex will be here and then take us to our next agenda.
Okay, so we have understood the drill. Okay, can we do a trial version so that we can pick it up? 1, 2, 3, let's start. 1, 2, 3. I think it is important to respect those that bought the breakfast. So we can do this louder, is that okay? Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3, let's start. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Now we are going to move at the same pace. We are stopping at 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, let's start. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Now finally, we are going to increase speed. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1. Is that okay? Yes. Okay, let's start. 1, 2.
Thank you, my boss. Rethink, re-energize, reshape. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker for today. I thought insurance was complex until I discovered what our keynote speaker does. David started off his investment career at Credit Suisse Securities in Europe, working as a quantitative strategist on fixed income and rates exotics desk. He later joined Bluecrest Capital Management UK LLP, a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund. At Bluecrest, David was a trading analyst on the FX derivatives desk, where he was involved in the development of equity index strategies, dealing with the data aspects, trading strategy, backtesting, and business intelligence tools. David later joined a Nairobi-based private equity firm, where he was responsible for generating deal flow, business plan evaluation, and provision of indicative valuations of SMEs. He was part of the team carrying out data-driven commercial due diligence in target companies. With a first-class degree in electrical engineering from Makerere University, specializing in renewable energy, he has participated in energy use and mini hydro feasibility projects under GTZ. He also lectured engineering, mathematics, and electromagnetism in the Faculty of Technology, Makerere. David was a Victor Rothschild Scholar in Mathematical Finance at the University of Cape Town and won a summer internship at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research. He later joined the University of Cambridge as a Commonwealth Cambridge Scholar, where he obtained a Master's of Advanced Study in Part 3 of the Mathematical Tripos. You're allowed to Google. He also read financial derivatives at the London Business School and financial computing at University College as an ESPRC scholar. David is a chartered alternative investment analyst. I am proud to say I actually know David. Ladies and gentlemen, David is here to tell us and help us digest, rethink, re-energize, reshape. David.
My presentation. All protocol observed. My slides, please. So as we wait for some slides to come up, my friend Alex cut the story short. In 2016, I came back to Uganda. Given my experience abroad, and I started rethinking and mastering my energies and focusing on Uganda and seeing what the possibilities were. We founded a Sigma from a team of 2 people, which has now grown to a team of 55 and has become a homegrown blue chip, best-in-class talent, advising foreign institutions. We do research, fundraising, and management. For example, we've grown, and now we are managing a 70 billion shilling MasterCard Foundation fund. We won a USAID Transition Award to connect cooperatives to markets and finance. We are the livelihood restoration coordinator of the East African crude oil pipeline in the 5 districts of Uganda. So we have an office in Kololo, in Gulu, and setting up in Masaka, and looking to exit Uganda and beyond. That's the context with which I come here. When IBAU representatives approached me, I asked, is this a retreat to refresh and chill? Or is this the themes I'm seeing, rethink, re-energize, reshape? From a strategy perspective, they mean what I think they mean. So this morning, when various speakers were coming in and they were saying, re-energize, we are chilling, I said, okay, well. Until Gary Corbett came here and he asked fundamental questions. I said, now there are people in the audience who are ready for what I have to say. Because where are the young rebels? Where are the young revolutionaries? I am a rebel from, coming into the country, trying to do the impossible, but along the way, looking at the opportunities, positioning, and building capacity. So as a firm, Sigma has a technology services arm with a CTO. And so you can tell what this is going to be about. Next, can we have the slide, please? I would like to set the scene. And I've come here because you have all the data, so I'm not going to repeat things that you already know. I'm not going to repeat statistics about, insurance. I just want to let you know where the world is. The impact of technology on traditional brokers. This is brokers, not insurance brokers, but the brokerages. So I start off with case study number 1. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. I will call transport brokers. These are the travel agencies. By 2013, the New York Times was saying the traditional travel agents was dying. These are declined from 34,000 in 1995 to 13,000 in 2013. And this is the online booking. So before you had brick and mortar, and that's a broker because you have a service provider and then you have the demand market. And so brick and mortar guys were coming, they organize and do that brokerage and they get a commission. And with online, that has been decimated. Now you may say that is only true in the developed world. How about Africa? Next slide, please. Sorry, you'll have to bear with us. India, okay? Travel is growing fast and it's growing big. Okay, fantastic. Okay, very well. Good. Hello? Okay, very well. If you look at the growth rates, the online Indian market has been growing at a rate of 18% year on year. This is travel agencies. Okay? These are brokers in the sector. Okay? And then you look at Brazil, 10%. Look at Nigeria, projected $1.8 billion through online travel. When you look at all this chart, I've highlighted the red things. You see growing rapidly, growth rates. Amazing stuff. Another kind of service, retail. I call this goods brokers because you have a guy who has a space. People were selling their goods, put them there. Buyers come, the supermarket takes a commission. What's happening in retail? Amazon, Alibaba, eating everyone for lunch. There were 12,000 physical stores closed in the US 2019 due to the growth of e-commerce. And then after COVID, everything went through. South Africa, look at the words, disrupted traditional retail. Kenya, disrupted traditional retail. In Nigeria, retailers are even integrating online and offline sales channels. Integration, adapting. This is retail. Now you may say, yes. You may say, okay, David, this stuff has nothing to do with us. No, okay. This is the world. And all these are brokers. And see what technology is doing. Quickly, what I call the financing brokers, the banks. Now, think about a bank from a perspective of fixed income. The bank has the lenders, you have money, you go, the bank gives you a percentage, they lend someone, they make money in the middle. What's happening? Online and mobile banking have reduced the need for physical bank branches. In the UK, the number of bank branches reduced by 34% in an 8-year period. In Kenya, you have M-Pesa having 44% of the GDP. 44%. Okay? Brokers. Then you may think that Kenya, the success of M-Pesa led to the decline of the use of traditional banking services. The Central Bank of Nigeria reported 50% reduction in the number of bank branches in a 7-year period. India, closing branches. What's happening? Technology is eating people for lunch. You may say, oh, these don't relate to us. And I'm coming. Another set of brokers. Transport brokers. So before, transport brokers was a bit hard because there's no broker, so there's a car. So there's no broker. You have to go to the stage, and the driver plays as a broker in the middle. What's happening? New York City. Number of traditional tax strips declined by 30%. The value of the NYC, the New York Taxi Medallion, which is the license to drive around New York, dropped from $1 million in 2013 to $200K in 2019. You'll be lucky to get at $150K. Now, in London, number of licenses that decreased by 6.5%. You know. And then you may think, okay, this is a foreign concept. What's happening? This is transport. Decline in business, Nigeria, South Africa. People are staging protests. India, significant decline in business. Oh, you say, David, what are you going on about? You're scaring us. Yeah, of course. This broker, the things you mentioned have nothing to do with us. Okay, we go on. Real estate. Online platforms like Zillow and Redfin have changed the way people buy homes in the US. Online estate agents in the UK disrupted the traditional real estate agents landscape. Okay. India. What's technology doing? Enabling innovation. Virtual tours, price trends, and the like. Nigerians can search convenience, innovation, doing things people were not able to do before. Okay? Oh, I said, David, you're doing things which are not so for us. Let's go to stockbrokers. Yeah? You have online brokerage platforms have increased from 3.7 million in 1997 to 56.2 in 2018. And by 2022, these numbers were in the hundreds of millions. People were locked down, government was giving checks, all kinds of people joined these Robin Hood platforms, and you see that. The rise of online trading platforms has led to a decline in the use of traditional stockbrokers. Okay? Context. Similarly, what's happening? Eating traditional players' pie. India, you have an online stockbroker founded in 2010, who is the largest stockbroker in India. In Nigeria, traditional stockbrokers are adapting by offering traditional platforms and even reducing fees to compete. China, reduction of fees to compete. Until we reach insurance. And what's happening in insurance? You find online comparison platforms. In the UK, 66% of consumers use the comparison site to purchase motor insurance in the UK. Now, what does that mean? These platforms have forced traditional brokers to adapt their strategies and embrace digital channels to remain competitive. That's one aspect. You say, this is brokerage. In India, adapting, investing in digital platforms, adapting, because the traditionals are seeing what's coming their way. So there's adaptation, and you have all these things. InsurTech, digital to consumer insurance. You have InsurTech companies in the US who are bypassing traditional brokers. If that doesn't scare you of what's coming, then bypassing. Okay? Nigeria, you see people using InsurTech to challenge traditional brokers. These InsurTech companies are even getting into the digital game, digital agriculture insurance. This is the scene I wanted to set. Okay? When you say rethink, re-energize, refocus, what do these things really mean? Is it just, like Gary Corbett was saying, is it just some party of networking? What do these things mean, and why are we here? Most importantly, we are in an environment where we must recognize the headwinds and the tailwinds. The headwinds blow against you, and the tailwinds take you up. We're in a growing economy, increasing deposit income, We see a lot of technology platforms across all our work in northern Uganda. We see VSLA platforms, we see fintechs, VSLAs. We see technology partners, you know, with these circles, groups, fintechs, playing this. Low insurance penetration, financial inclusion, you know all these things. So the rethink question has to be about, there has to be an end goal in this. And for me, the end goal is winning. That what is rethinking, Re-Energize, reshaping really for? It's about winning. When you say you're doing strategies, what does that really mean? You just come up and do plans, or is there a set objective that you really want to focus on in order to win? Okay? And so this is, where I would want us to focus the most, because I will just go through a series of discussions to nail that home. There's a very good guy called Roger L. Martin, Professor Emeritus. He sat in Procter & Gamble with A.G. Lafley and transformed how that business worked. And he wrote a nice book, Playing to Win. And I recommend all of you to go and buy this book, Playing to Win. Because as an industry, as individuals, as captains, we have to define what winning means. What are you going to refocus on when you don't have a winning statement, when you don't have a focus? So when you are playing to win, not playing to play. Many of us are playing to play. What does that mean? Other people are launching a product, you also follow. Other guys are doing the same, you also go and do that. Copycat, copy-paste. We are not being rebellious. We are not sitting back and saying, here is the industry. These are the limitations. This is what's working for us, technology and the rest. How do we innovate in this environment? Given the headwinds, utilizing the tailwinds. And so this book sets out 5 fundamental principles. That strategy is not about a long book. You go and hire my research and learning team and say, Sigma, come and do for us a strategic plan. And they give you 70 pages of nonsense. All you need is to focus on, and you can do this in 2 pages. The number one thing, winning statement. What does winning mean to you? I'll start. I'm a regulator. Okay? And Al-Hajj is here. As IRA, what does winning mean? What's the winning statement? Where do you want to see the insurance industry go? Cognizant of the fact that we want to promote local players, but there are all these tailwinds, and so we must put together regulations that are not restrictive, but that make people behave in a certain way. What's that winning statement for each of you? If you're captain of the industry, and you go back and you see 0.8% and insurance density 5%, and everyone is doing the same stuff, the work we are doing for ECOP, and the USAID in northern Uganda, we have seen fintechs offering insurance products. And I've never seen an insurance broker in the room. We have been in the AIC. We have never seen all these people. And so the question is, and everyone is waiting for some person to take the lead. And so when you say, what does winning mean to MASH, to Prudential? And winning, in this sense, means, what's your winning statement? If you say that we should be here and be the most dominant player in Uganda for the next 50 years, if you make that statement, okay, then everything that is going to follow on that line is in the service of that statement. Because then you must ask yourself, okay, I want to become this dominant guy. Then you must ask yourself, where do I need to play to win? Because winning does not mean being the number 10 or the number 8 or the number 7. It means being 1 to. That's what winning means. And so where there are dominant players, where can you go in areas where no one has gone? Where? You must look at that turf. And when you've looked at that turf, then you must ask yourself, how will I play in this chosen area? Now, technology is fundamentally important, because how is business models. We've seen for the fintechs, you have a lot of partnerships. You have a lot of bundling of services. It's not an insurance product, it's a bundling. I'll tell you one scare. You have bank assurance at the tip of your heels. The day the banks innovate sufficiently enough to bundle those insurance products within the loans, then the question will be for the brokers, what's your size of the pie? If someone, because money is the driver, if I give a loan and you're doing ag and I tell you I can reduce your interest rates and I just roll that all over the place as a bank because they're doing bank assurance, if I roll that over, then the question becomes, okay, for you, how are you going to play? And that's where technology comes in, because either you're going to adapt or you invest, but the distribution mechanism, are you building a platform where you're integrating with all the insurance companies, such that you own the distribution on the other side, and the policy clearance and all that? What's that modern future? In 50 years, if that was your winning statement, what would they do? I don't have the answers. My duty here is to provoke you, to make you think. And then, when you have that, then you ask yourself, okay, I know how. What capabilities do I need? So I'm IRA. I see all these things which happen in regulatory. I saw the players. I see tech. But do I even have tech staff internally? Or are they important? And so your IBAU, because this is also a statement even IBAU has to make. Do you have the capabilities to win? Because everything comes. Right? If you're a business and your statement is 50 years, and you look at all these technology things, and then you see you're the owner, and maybe you want to be around, what does that mean in terms of, succession, building the capabilities of the people you trust? All that comes, and then boils down to the management systems to deliver those capabilities. These 5, in 3 pages, each of you can answer, if you are guided sufficiently. And these 5 questions are true to professionals in this room, knowing the things I've shown you, the technology is coming for the pie, but knowing the unique challenges and limitations in our country. If you're going to stay a professional, what does that mean? What specialty are you going to tap into? If you say, I want to dominate 50 years, but you realize that in 50 years, the world would have covered. Now everyone is here. Old Mitchell is here. Prudential is here. In 50 years, for you to be relevant, it's hard for you to be a homegrown company and only stay in Uganda, because people are coming for your land. How are you going to spread out? But for brokerage, which is deeply relation business, how would you spread relationships? You don't know Congolese, you don't know all sort of stuff. What's the business model? Technology solves that. And so the new thinking driven, if I must win in 50 years, and where I'm going to play, and therefore I'm going to play this one, and therefore these capabilities I need, start to get you to think. This for IBAU, for IRA, for professionals, for the captains here, it's a good framework. And I hope you use this framework for your next discussions. That as you rethink a reshape, that's what it is. You are rethinking a reshape. You are reimagining what that future is going to be, and you are rethinking how you are going to reshape it. And you're asking yourself, what's winning? Are we relevant today, tomorrow? You must follow that up with the re-energizing. That's why I said, for me, it's in the statement of you can dream all these big dreams, But what's your staff, the management, the plans, the internal staff, the HR, the leadership, the succession? Because you can have all the big dreams going up front and nothing will materialize because you have a head and you have no legs. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage you to just ask yourself, what, as individuals, as associations, as captains, are we playing to play? We all have business development guys who go around for lunches, chasing the same guys. Then we come back every Monday, give us a list. Oh, someone has launched a new product, you all run there. Have you started back to say, what does winning mean? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, while I was standing at the back, people were asking me, Wachiku, where does he come from? Is he from UK? Because I was talking about Cambridge. Then another one asked me, is he Kenyan? That's a Kikuyu name. I want to tell you that Wachiku is as Ugandan as can get. He's what you'd call Bubu, buy Uganda, build Uganda. He runs a Ugandan company, a Sigma Capital, a fully Ugandan company. And it's just amazing to have, such great input by Ugandans. It shows that really the rest of the world just speaks more fluent English, but we are good. We are good. Thank you very much, David. We will take a question or two for David to respond. For those of you who are already logged into our Wi-Fi, you can log on to www.slido.com. You enter the code 1758342 to access, and then you type your question. Our team will be able to pull that back up. In terms of social media, our hashtag is #Ibau Conference 2023. So please log into your Twitter, your Facebooks, your LinkedIn's, and put in your hashtag and comment about our conference. Also, the live streaming is happening on YouTube, linked to colleagues who are not in attendance so that they can enjoy what we are enjoying. So all social media channels are active with our conference. Is there any question or comments for David before I proceed? There are many, I didn't know. I think before I call on the questions, maybe just to summarize, David said disruption is real. Disruption is real. And for those who have been in this insurance industry long enough, the broking fraternity especially, I see Maurice here, these are the broking industry honchos. They will tell you it's different from what it was 20 years ago. So disruption is real. He also said InsurTech is already big in Nigeria and in Kenya. Now, if it's already big in Nigeria and in Kenya, it's only a matter of time before it gets to us here. He talked about the headwinds and the tailwinds. For all of you, I'm sure your businesses, you look at the headwinds and the tailwinds, and you decide how you want to steer your ship. And then everyone is waiting for someone to take the lead. That was my takeaway, David. We are all seated, not wanting to take the first step, waiting for someone to take the lead. And as we wait, an unrelated party is going to come in and sweep us, sort of sweep us away like a hurricane. So I've taken that home, and indeed, it's very important for us to take the first step. I will ask one of the ushers, will you please move the mic around? We've got a couple of questions. One I've seen from our president, Paul, right here at the front, and another one from our veteran, Maurice. Yeah, please feel free to stand, sit. I think David will record and then answer at once.
Thank you, thank you. David has has provoked us to think. But while we are thinking of winning, what I just wanted to share with the members is, let's look and think of ways to increase the pie, so that one's win does not mean it's another's loss. We can be all winners. By the time we come here as different competitors and stakeholders, we are thinking overall as how can our industry benefit, how can we push it to a whole other level. The wins, we would like to see wins coming from a lot more extra businesses through the products and services we share out with the public. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Just walk over here. And then we'll have Brian.
Thank you, David, for that thought-provoking discussion. Food for thought. You talked about technology, given. You've provoked us in the industry, you've provoked our regulator. The biggest challenge we have in Uganda at the moment, and of course the rest of Africa, is the low penetration of insurance to the population. And the biggest litmus test is education. There is always a cry that the public is not aware of insurance, and that's why we have a low uptake. How do we, because we are saying we are doing less than 1% to GDP, whereas the more advanced countries, South Africa, UK, their penetration rate is much, much higher, averaging 15 to 16%. Is the technology the answer to unlock more acceptance of insurance? And if so, what is this training? How would it look like? How do we disseminate this information in such a way that there's more acceptance, and then the win becomes bigger for all of us? Because there is one aspect of the win in terms of penetration, and of course, then the pie becomes bigger, as it has been mentioned. Two, of course, brokers here should be more challenged. The industry is growing, and as we speak now, it's at least 1.1 trillion shillings. But our regulator mentioned that we are only controlling 28%. So 28% of a growing industry, does it mean that the brokers are stagnating? And what is this they need to do to ensure they also have a bigger percentage of the pie than the current 28%? I think 15 years ago, brokers were controlling almost 60% of the market, but this has been dwindling. So what is this that brokers need to do? Is it, again, the magic bullet being technology, or is it their tactics in speaking to the insuring public? Thank you.
Thanks, Maurice. I think there was one from Brian, and then I'll take one last one from a lady. The others, please log into Slido. I'm really, we are conversant of the time. We must be out of here at 12:45.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you, David. Your presentation was truly a remarkable one. Mine was, I recently read an article, something about investment fund management, and, you know, the investment fund managers have made so much money over the last so many years. Looking at the BlackRocks and Blackstone and everyone, they've made so much money. And I read an article that ever since ChatGPT came up, there's this new AI. So they're saying it's actually predicting investments even better than these investment managers. We know that as the insurance industry, we haven't really evolved much over the last so many years. You know, we look at the marine policies we issue. Clauses of 1906, if you've read clause A, clause B, it's all the same. So when I read this idea of the investment, looking at what's happening in the investment world, and AI coming and eating the pie, do we see AI coming and eating the pie for insurance brokerage and insurance companies? Is it something that we need to worry about, embrace? Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Any lady? There's a lady at the back. Oh, fantastic. Sorry, Irene.
Thank you. Mine is a comment. The comment goes to all brokers, and I think the insurance industry. It's great that our regulator is here with us. We are fighting over 1%. and there's this 99% out there. I think it is important that we all look and come up with innovations that target the 99%. Thank you.
And the last one from Julie at the back.
Thank you very much, David, for the presentation. I am just wondering if the real problem of the industry is technology. Because, okay, if we want technology, shall we get the magical change that we are looking for? Will we be able to convert the less than 1% to say 99%? That is the question that I'm pondering on, because we happen to interact with the public on insurance. And most of the clients appreciate insurance. But the challenge that we have is the basket of needs given the economic conditions that we're exposed to. So if someone has these various needs, insurance will come last. I feel there's a lot that this customer is exposed to, and they have to prioritize. The industry, at least we've recognized, we've had innovations awards coming through by the regulator. Insurance companies have been awarded. So the members are actually innovating, trying to see how we can do the magic. We also have people who have developed programs, and they have not been able to get the buy-in or receive that anticipated game changer. And I'll use a typical example of ITC launched the Insure You product for circles. We're yet to see that come through, because the buy-in, in as much as circles really appreciated, it's not coming through as we expected. So I feel like there's a different problem, it's not really technology, because the industry is trying to get in there. Much as if we went through, it would do the magical change. But I feel the challenge that we have as an industry is really not so much, it can't be 99% technology. There's a lot to do with the condition, the economical condition that the population is exposed to. Also the political will. If you look at the mandatory policies that we have as a country, workers' compensation, motor third party. And if you speak for motor third party, we have over 2 million vehicles, but less than 1 million actually have insurance. Okay? So there's a lot, either we need government support, the political will to come through, the laws are there, but then the implementations, it's just beyond what we can break through, because we will do the products, but will people actually buy? And there's also fears of investing in money, and you do not really get the return. So there are fears of breaking through because of the fear of the unknown as far as return to investment is concerned. So I would really appreciate if since you're not, I would look at you like a customer out there. Is the problem really technology, or there are other underlying factors that we need to start looking into? Because everyone is talking about doing things differently. But what is this doing things different that we think is going to bring the magical change, apart from just customizing our products, which we've seen other insurance, some members doing it. Going technology, we have people who have actually innovated. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. These are very testy questions. And they're all around the issues which are very close to my heart. Huh? I think I'll start from ways to increase the pie. So, there are things, everyone has a part, but when we projected the ship in the seas, that ship has a captain. And inside that ship, that captain has things they're in control of, but they're not in control of the seas. With the regulation, could be. So I believe even the regulator, even the association, through lobby and the industry base, there are things around the environment which you can do to also increase that pie. Now, I do not know. I'm just giving you the framework and then you can think through and say, how do we increase the pie from a regulatory association perspective? We're a group of 54. What are our bottlenecks that we can lobby for, because rising tides lift all boats. I'll keep it at that. Technology. Now, technology is only an enabler. Technology is hardly the solution. Technology is an enabler of fantastic business models. You do not lead with the technology. You have to understand the context in which technology works. For example, when we've done a lot of work, our research and learning team department has done a lot of work for UNCDF, the World Bank, from refugees, northern Uganda, and we have picked out of data on digitization, financial services, all that. And there's one thing we have seen around business models that work for people at the bottom of the pyramid. It is bundling of services. If you come with a product as one unit, it is hard for you to sell. But if you bundle it up with very many things, then someone is paying for a bundle. But now bundling requires partnerships. So who are you partnering with? The fintechs. I showed you all those slides, and they were saying traditional players are partnering, they're adapting, they're investing in platforms, partnerships. But most importantly, for me, the questions around internal, it's about strategic focus. So you have the environment, the high seas, you have all these headwinds and tailwinds. But internally, how are you setting up the Monday morning meetings? Are they about targets? What did you do here? What did you do there? Or is the organization constantly thinking about winning? Because it's a strategic meeting. And when the company makes money, do the shareholders just go and buy another ranch, another G-Wagon, G-Class? Or do they reinvest to make sure they are competitive for the next 30 years? Because you have to set up the frameworks for winning. Now, I was listening to a talk of Andy Jassy. Andy Jassy is the CEO of Amazon. And so this reporter asked Jassy, Amazon is doing very many things. You are taking bets here. You are in ebooks. Then you went to the cloud. Then you are in video. You are in movies and music. Aren't you worried when you take these bets that they will work out, which is people are going to lose money? So he just said, look, we take a view of where the industry is going to be 10, 20 years from now. We just take a view that these things are going to be true. And then we prepare organizations and put them in the best positions that if those things that we think will happen materialize, then we shall benefit. And so, for us, we don't focus on outputs. We focus on inputs. And so, I suggested a framework, just 5 points. But to get this working, there's a series of inputs. How do you have your management team think about winning? How does winning culture come out from get involved within targets and plans? When you're meeting that quarterly report, you're just meeting, getting those customers in, but you're not stepping back and saying, hold on a minute, we are eating a big pie of a dying industry, and when it dies, 15 years later, we shall all be dead. And I kid you not, rarely do people think about that, And when you find the business models, and the good thing here is, if we were in 1990, we have all these challenges. We have financial inclusion, information literacy, blah, 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 all this sort of stuff. We could cry and talk about all the problems we have in the world, and then, and go to sleep. But what technology does, it gives us a ray of hope. And what that ray of hope is? Distribution channels, low-cost distribution channels. The issue is, what's the business model? And that has to come first. So there's just a rethinking of how we set up internally, how we set up to support the environment such as the captains are performing, how the individuals also stood up, skill up within this new environment. And the new environment globally is driven by artificial intelligence. The big players globally, right now, they're doing pilots with OpenAI, with these artificial intelligence machines, seeing about contracting, if you look at the insurance process, how a contract comes in, the paperwork, how you analyze different conditions and set an interest rate. Think about that underwriting process. That underwriting process, by the time someone has 8 years, all they have is a set of rules of different conditions under which a certain percentage is going to be given. And you can teach a machine to really automate that entire paperwork of the entire back office. Okay? And so, those of you who are partners here, international partners, the MASH, the whatevers, you'll be lucky because Allianz somewhere or Prudential is doing that, and they will give you these tools, and you'll work. But the homegrown firms here in Uganda, still running around, restaurant, deal, you still have a big cost structure. Yeah? And so, to be mindful about that, where we are going, those associated with the global guys doing this research are going to be working in higher margin environments. And if they're in higher margin environments, what does that mean? They can accept to give, they can have a bigger business development budget. Because imagine a world where there's no underwriting team, where one person or two could underwrite 200 policies a week. I can increase my business development budget to 8. You have 1 because you still need underwriting and you can't compete with me. And then I'll get more business. That is what technology does, okay? But it's only enabler. And for me, I set the tone of what's happening globally. But the real gist here is that 5-point framework. Sit back and say, what does winning mean to you? If winning is something, and how are you going to win? But those are the things which, I have to say this again, Gary Corbett said, you understand the context best. Your insurance did not work out for certain reasons. Why didn't it work out? Eh? And how would you change the business model? This information you are getting, how are you putting it internally and doing that? So it's really the framework. If that framework comes out and tells you, hey, you do not need this, it's very okay. Because all you want is to win for now and for the future. And I hope that really summarizes this, this really puzzle of things that have to come together. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, David. I would really, at this point, Mr. Regulator, sir, there were some questions raised that touched insurance. And I just want to give you 2 minutes, to see if I can tickle you to respond to some of those issues that were raised about insurance.
Since I need to remove my mask, let me give these people some distance. And it is not because I'm a coward. But even if I am, at least there are some other cowards. So the question was, and I want to start with what she said, is it technology that when we do technology, we will be assured of surviving? Yes and no, as already said by our keynote speaker. But can anybody now afford to do business without the use of technology? Now, if you know you cannot, then why don't you do the needful even before you are told? Because, as he rightly put it, technology resolves the issue of doing things expensively. You cannot afford during maybe the times of the Geoffrey's, the Solomon, when Solomon was CEO, they used to write so many big policies, and when Geoffrey was in Pan World and other areas. And then they were putting exclusions. Then we were cutting from somewhere an exclusion, then you bring and paste it here. Then you do something. Then you realize that the entire document is messed up. Huh? But what we have now, can you afford to sell that policy really and you are in the market? If you know you cannot, then that is the same answer which each one of you must get. The question is, what are you doing to survive? Because the millennials, the dot-coms, are not doing the things we were doing. They are not demanding the things we were demanding. No. What are you doing to address that big cluster? And you definitely know the majority. I am here and now I'm still thinking I am very strong. Give me 10 years, I'll be no more. So it will be the millennials, these Marions, the Califans will be the ones who are taking over. The Casatos will be old. You will not be looking at them. What have we done to address their concerns, their demands? And someone said that maybe people don't know. You may need to look at some of the studies which have been done. There are some studies which were done showing that actually it is not education, that people are not educated not to consume insurance. If we come home, the people who are in here, in this room, how many policies do you have for yourself? How many? Those of you who are very, very, very lucky, they have at least been given a medical insurance by the employer. Now, are you saying insurance doesn't solve issues? If you were selling it, but you yourself, you know what is insurance about, but you are not doing it. So those are the things which must be looked at. What are you innovating to stay useful? If you are not doing it, even if we want to retain you, even if we all say you must stay in operation, you will never stay in operation. You will close down. You will definitely close down. And the other issue was, I wanted also to supplement the issue that someone is eating your pie. You definitely remember the discussion we had when we were licensing the bank assurance agents. You remember the discussion we had when we were licensing corporate agents. Now, you can also pity me. I am in charge of making sure that insurance grows. Now, someone is there to provide a solution. Now, I say I will not license bank assurance agents because they are eating on the broker's pie. We cannot. And nobody should deceive you that when Kaduna believes the one who will succeed him will protect you. He will not. What you have to do is to make sure that you think how you can survive, even with the others. There are obvious things. The other ones are not technical. Brokers are supposed to be technical. You are supposed to be professional. You are supposed to show the value you provide to the client so that clients come to you. But what I think is important, you must work together. And I want to say the words of Paul, of Mohammed, said, Someone's win should not be a loss of the other. You can work together. And I want to tell you, the keynote speaker, you said when you are in the discussions of ECOP, you do not see other people, is because of what we decided to do regarding oil and gas in Uganda. We created a consortium where the insurance players are participating, all of them. And we made it mandatory. Some people are bringing, we used to call it Waizeka. They were bringing Rugezigezi. It cannot be, each one of us can underwrite. But you people, when you know there are some decisions we must make, and we look rough, but they are for the interest of the country. Everybody must give that consortium business. We also decided the brokers, there are not many, it is only one who is doing it on their behalf. That arrangement worked, but it can even be improved to make it better. Let's make sure that we work together so that each one of us can survive. And the other issue which I wanted really to provide information about is you are talking of that let's concentrate on the 99%, that the penetration level is less than 2, or it is 2.5%. Let's look at the 90 whatever percent. Maybe I need to give clarity here. What they compute as, what they call the penetration level is not how much business can be insured. No. It is the contribution of the sector to the GDP. How much is insurance contributing to GDP? That is what is below 1%. Other sectors, because they are in the economy, they will still contribute. Oil and gas will contribute to the GDP. Services sector will contribute to the GDP. Tourism will contribute, banking and others. So you cannot contribute 100%. It's as if you are the only one player to contribute to 100% to the GDP. So GDP to me is a confusion. What we should look at are maybe the number of policies we are increasing over time, the insurance density when you get the gross premium and divide by the number of people in the country. When we should look at how many Ugandans at least have one policy. Those should be the things we look at in order to help us to move to the next level. I want to end by asking a question. What is that the insurance broking industry in Uganda wants the regulator to do for it in order for you to move ahead? I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alhaj. But before you go, I'd like you to hand over our gift from the association to our keynote speaker. Cameraman. Ladies and gentlemen, as that happens, lunch is ready. And that is the association gift to our keynote speaker, handed over by our regulator. Ladies and gentlemen, our apologies. We've overshot by 10 minutes, but I think the conversation was worthwhile, and I accept that it's our fault as the MCs that we've overshot by 10 minutes. As the regulator heads out, the president is going to take him. There's a booth, there's a display booth that has, the exhibition area has companies that have sponsored this event: Gold Star, ICA Lion, Clarkson Insurance Brokers, UAP Old Mutual, Mayfair, CIC, ITC, and CCare. They're all displaying what they do best. There are also free health checks being run by CCare in the exhibition area. So as you head out for lunch, please pass by and see the good things that these companies have to offer. We will now break off for lunch. Lunch will end at 1:45. Let's reconvene at 1:45 because we need to start at 2 and we need to be done by 3:45. 4 o'clock, we have a Zumba session. We are going to work out and make sure that we are fit for the gala dinner coming up at 6 o'clock. So the evening is still packed. We are at the halfway mark. You have been very good people, and I hope to see you in an hour. Thank you.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence.
I hope you have all received your lunch vouchers. If you don't have a lunch voucher, please put up your hand and walk to Edward. Edward's hand is up there.
Not that kind of goal.
Just walk to Edward if you don't have a lunch voucher. A lunch voucher looks like
Checkmate.
this.
Less worries. Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha.
This is what a lunch
Like a
voucher
game
looks
plan.
like.
Exactly.
If you don't
Put in
have
the
one,
work and stick
just
to
walk
it.
up to
Nothing
Edward
pays better.
at the exit.
Trust me.
See you at 1:45.
Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient. Success cannot be hurried. And most important of
also,
all, you need the right team
I
behind you.
encourage you
Do
to
all
carry
these
your
things,
mobile
and you will
phones.
have the financial
It is
confidence
just
to achieve
safer
anything.
to carry your mobile phones
Anything?
than to leave them
And
here.
everything, my friend.
Yeah, laptops can remain behind. You have security guarding them, but mobile phones, please carry them because
Hospital
you may
food.
get that
It's
$1
not
million
going to win
deal
any Michelin
and
stars.
your mobile
But
is-
chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to Confidence Rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability. As we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent, we also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the fourth batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. How it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tuli Nawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart people. You will need 5 scientists, ground support, 1 clerk, snacks for the trip, 1 space shuttle, 1 moon, and 1 brave little girl who studies hard to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate. Less worries. Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me. Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars. But chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to Confidence Rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies. The development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the 4th batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for sustainable development goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. how it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tuli Nawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
Can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor Policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor Policy and enjoy free fuel.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart people. You will need 5 scientists, ground support, 1 clerk, snacks for the trip, 1 space shuttle, 1 moon, and 1 brave little girl who studies hard to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate.
Less worries.
Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me.
No.
Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars. But chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to confidence rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the 4th batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. How it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tuli nawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart people. You will need 5 scientists, ground support, 1 clerk, snacks for the trip, 1 space shuttle, 1 moon, and 1 brave little girl who studies hard to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate. Less worries. Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me.
No.
Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars. But chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to confidence rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery, and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader, and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability. As we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent, we also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and right both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the 4th batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. how it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tuli nawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
Can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your lunch. We're just waiting for our colleagues to get back, and hopefully in the next 10 minutes we'll be starting.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart people. You will need 5 scientists, ground support, 1 clerk, snacks for the trip, 1 space shuttle, 1 moon, and 1 brave little girl who studies hard to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate.
Less worries.
Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me. Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars, but chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to confidence rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the fourth batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for sustainable development goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed the meal. Lunch normally comes with its majority pros, but also some few cons. And as risk managers, we are aware of the risks that lunch presents to afternoon sessions. For that reason, we want to keep this session not longer than 1 hour 15 minutes. So it's been set up for 1.5 hours, but we've got a very experienced moderator, and our plan is to pull it off within 1 hour and 15 minutes tops. So by 3:45, we want to be out of here and preparing for Zumba. Who doesn't know Zumba? 1, 2.5. There's someone who has done like this. Who knows Zumba? 1.5. Who is still digesting? Okay, everyone. So we are going to have a session, a Zumba session at 4 o'clock, because we want to digest the food that we have eaten, because we have more food to eat at the gala dinner. There are world-class dishes that have been prepared by world-class chefs for our gala dinner later this evening at 6 o'clock. So at 4 o'clock, we'll have a workout session, because a healthy body prepares all of us for tomorrow. So without any further ado, I would like to invite the moderator for the upcoming session. I like calling her Muchala Sensua because she's the CEO of Werinde Insurance. No. My apologies, I withdraw. She is the CEO for Werinde Insurance Brokerage Services Limited, an organization owned by Obwakabaka bwa Buganda. And in Buganda, there's no Rinde, it is Linde. So we're Linde. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Ms. Jennifer Sensua.
Thank you very much, Alex. I don't know why you're repeating the L and the R, but thank you for the kind introduction. A very good afternoon to you, dear delegates, for this conference. The afternoon session is a bit tricky, just like the MC mentioned, but I'm going to try and keep us as awake as possible. We have 1 hour and 15 minutes, so I'll try as much as possible with your support to ensure that we use exactly that. I will kick off this session with introducing our 3 panelists this afternoon. And with no particular order, I will start with our first panelist this afternoon. He is the CEO of Stanbic Business Incubator, which supports and nurtures small and medium-sized enterprises to prepare them for business growth and opportunities. His work with the incubator has helped the emerging entrepreneurs to gain access to networking, new markets, financing opportunities, and impacted over 1,000 SMEs. Our first panelist is also an expert across the oil and gas sector, entrepreneurship, a communication strategy specialist,
and innovation in both Uganda and the United Kingdom. In the past, our first panelist has worked as a national content manager at Total Exploration and Production, where he also serves as the public affairs manager. He is also worked in the civil society in the UK, and therein his role was to plan, develop, design laws and regulations for the oil and gas sector in the East African region. Our first panelist, is also known for his great passion through his repeated discussions about participation of Ugandans in the oil and gas sector, environment protection, and robust revenue management. Our first panelist went to school, by all means. He holds a bachelor's degree in international relations and LLM in international law. Feel free to Google LLM. And finally, for our first panelist, he is also the co-founder of the renowned Ubuntu Safari leadership brand that supports individuals in their personal and leadership journey through several interventions, including coaching, mentorship, training, and team development. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome on stage our first panelist, Tony Otoa. You will clap for him until he gets here. Tony, the platform is ready for you. Please feel free to sit anywhere that interests you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll quickly now move to our second panelist. She is a retired civil servant with over 35 years of service. Our second panelist retired at the rank of permanent secretary. She has additional experience in civil society organization management. She is currently a member of several boards, including Council for Economic Empowerment for Women in Africa, Uganda chapter, SIWA, and the Hunger Project in Uganda, both non-governmental organizations, and she also has responsibility at the board at Silver Spoon Limited, a private limited liability company that runs a school, joint medical store, a semi-non-profitable company that deals in health supplies. And finally, for our second panelist, she is a consultant, human resource management consultant, and she is well known to train adults. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mary Nanono. You're very welcome, Mary. Please take a seat. Finally, we have three panelists this afternoon. I'll move to the last panelist. He is the Chief Commercial Officer at the NSSF. He went to school. He has an MBA from Heriot-Watt University in the United Kingdom. He has a certificate in Administrative Officers Law from the Law Development Center here in Uganda. He has a Bachelor's of Arts in Social Sciences from Makerere University. He has other trainings, which I'm going to briefly share with you. The first is he has a training in General Management program from Gordon Institute of Business Science, University of Pretoria. He also has training in Executive Leadership program from Strathmore Business School in Nairobi. Our third panelist, ladies and gentlemen, also has training in Balanced Scorecard Professional from George Washington University and Balanced Scorecard Institute. His expertise, as I conclude the introductions, he is an expert in leadership, strategic formulation and execution, project management, customer service, operations management, procurement, disposal, and contract management. He is also an expert in processing, re-energizing, job evaluation, business development, and sales and compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Geoffrey Waiswa Sajabi from NSSF. Welcome, welcome, Geoffrey. Let me hear the hands, please. Hands up for our 3 panelists. Very welcome to this afternoon session. I can confirm that in the next 1 hour, I choose to be very near where you are so that we have a very fruitful discussion. So as we start this discussion this afternoon, I want to just confirm to the dear panelists, welcome to the insurance family. Before you are delegates from the insurance fraternity, majorly the insurance brokerage family. It is the 5th time we are convening. We do this every year, and this year we are really thinking to rethink, to re-strategize, and to reshape in 2023. Apart from the brokers in the house, we also have insurers who are our dear sponsors, and we also have international delegates and friends of the insurance fraternity. So they are very eager to listen to you. And so, in no particular order, I would like to begin with our first panelist, Tony. The team here is very, very eager to hear from you. In many ways, because we know that you're a leadership guru. Thank you very much. Because we know that you're a leadership guru, would like to hear from you. And the conversation will basically keep ourselves around this agenda of succession. Are leaders preparing for those that are about to take over from them? What's your thought? In 5 to 10 minutes, let's just hear about your thoughts.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm very excited to be here. I'm also excited to be in the room with faces that are familiar. You know, faces I have been with in the struggle for this oil and gas story. I remember one of the major interactions when we were discussing this oil and gas conversation with insurers was how to get Ugandan insurance companies enjoying this cake. And I remember before then, there wasn't a consortium, which has now been formed. And the question was, how do we all get on? So I'm excited to be in the same room. This time, not talking oil and gas. This time, and actually nowadays, we don't say oil and gas, we now say energy. So talking something that's really interesting, and that's really about leadership. First of all, when I was invited to speak and I saw the topic, I first of all wondered whether it was my gray hair that made you decide to call me to talk about succession. But I'm not really that old. It is simply a genetic situation. But something that I take pride in. Succession. You know, 2 years ago, we set up with a couple of people what we call the Ubuntu Leadership Safari. And the reason why we set it up was to answer the critical conversations around leadership. Because truth be told, and this is an inconvenient truth, we have a leadership deficiency globally. And the question was, how can we start having the right conversations, the right issues tabled, not just for us, but for the generations to come? Because we might admit some of us are really damaged that it might be very difficult to salvage. But what can we do to have the right leadership conversations in the room? And one of those critical issues at Ubuntu has been the conversation around succession. Now, I don't know how many of you wake up. I know you had a very nice cocktail last evening, so many of you decided to sleep in. But we wake up every weekday at 5 a.m., and in one of our reflections over the last 2 days, we were reflecting on conviction and succession. What is it that makes great leaders, and what is it that makes great stories and legacies? Today, I was seated at the back, and I was talking to my friends at the back benchers, who were just talking, and we were enjoying the conversations here. And I told them something that was quite interesting, and that was big brands are fallible. Big brands are fallible. If you recall the time when we were growing up, having a big Nokia phone or a Motorola phone was the best thing to have around your waist. Now, for us who were growing up in a time where it was a lifestyle thing, you had to tell people to call you at a particular time when you're near people, so that you can hear or people can see you with the phone ringing. What was interesting about those phones is they're non-existent today. Motorola and Nokia. Big brands are fallible. Did they plan for succession? Did they think that their brands, which are great, it could be Sanlam, it could be any company here, Jubilee or Old Mutual or whatever, are you thinking about the future? The keynote was very interesting because it delved into the issue of technology. We're living in a world of disruption. I work in the financial sector, and I'll tell you that small techie companies are coming for our lunch. Every single day. They're innovating. They're working on what the customer actually needs and desires. But I can tell you for a fact that all of these things, if we do things and business the way we are doing it every single day, we might never get a chance to understand that probably our successor has better ideas for taking us further. And that's a fact. So I've always said, and today when we were reflecting, we were very clear about the whole conversation on what is it that our companies are for as leaders within our companies. And I believe that you are the creme de la creme of your companies. What are you doing in your companies to begin the conversation around succession? Or you want to stick your coat on the coat holder or coat hanger and assume that that is your spot for the rest of your time at Old Mutual? That's a very pertinent question. So beginning to get guys ready to take over from you, guys with great ideas, it comes with a very strong sense of purpose. Not just purpose from your companies or your organizations, but purpose from an individual point of view. Because from purpose, you then get into the ideas around conviction. You know what you want. You know what you are desiring. You know, there was a very interesting survey that was done by Harvard Business School that showed, or that went out to look at company employees, and they asked the company employees what their biggest challenge was working with their bosses. And one of the biggest, or if not the most critical challenge, was that they had no clue what the purpose of the organization was. So they come to work, they come to sell insurance and go back home. They don't give you any 120%. It is simply 80 to 90%. My brother Donato was asking me a very pertinent question at lunchtime, whether companies are actually fully utilizing their employees. Now, that's for you to answer, but sometimes we're the ones who are letting down this conversation down to the employees. And it's simply because we are not articulating that purpose in a way that creates an organization or an individual to understand where you're going. So conviction is very important in this. The other one is vision. Vision. We like to have our vision boards everywhere in our organizations. But how many of our employees actually understand this vision that we are talking about as a company? Because you see, in understanding your vision, that is where the clarity comes in. Vision is really purpose in pictures. And in understanding succession, I've always said, true leaders do not manipulate. You see, when you're a leader, you don't have to manipulate. All you have to do is to inspire. And once you inspire, you know what you're carrying with you. People follow you because they believe in you, they trust in you. Your successor is looking at those top qualities. So succession is very important in understanding what we have to do as individuals, but also as organizations. And I always also like to say this, one of the biggest challenges that we have in many of our organizations or many of our situations is the greatest act that we fear, which is mentoring. We either fear it or we don't have time for it. But the truth is, through mentorship and through doing all these things to bring up those young people, people with different mindsets. That would alter so many things. I work in the financial sector, and I remember when I joined Stanbic, I remember the first day, I come from the oil and gas sector. People were talking of all acronyms out of earth: KYC, PL, NL, NOI, ROE. I was confused. And I can tell you for a fact that it was the young people in the organization who made me understand these terms very quickly. Young, brilliant people who I believe are the best people to begin mentoring and getting ready for these positions of ours. But we always have no time to mentor. So it's important for us to go back and ask ourselves, if we want to see our organizations go to different heights, what are we doing to do that? Are we mentoring people? Are we showing them the way? The other thing is, if what you learn and achieve and accumulate over time dies with you, you're just a generational failure. Let's assume you are the best guy with the best knowledge in the insurance sector, but you haven't cascaded this to the next guy who will probably propel you to the next level. That dies with you. The other thing that I believe also is very important is, mentoring is the highest manifestation of the highest level of maturity and self-confidence. A lot of the time, why we don't do this is because we are always trying to take care of our cake, take care of our corner, take care of our corner office. I was telling someone, and I tweeted today saying, I find it very humbling to find several insurance companies in one room strategizing together for the future. That is all about an abundance mindset. You do realize there's so much out there, so it's okay for you to come together to strategize. The scarcity mindset would say, I shouldn't be coming to such a conference. Why should I share my ideas and leads? I should actually do this on my own. But you see, for a leader or an organization that is dwelling around succession, having an abundance mindset is the way to go. Realizing that there are so many people within your organization that can come up and do a greater job than yourself. But at the end of the day, the common goal being your organization growing to a greater height, that's the way to go. And finally, as I conclude, I don't know if I'm doing well on my time.
You're doing very well.
Okay. Just to conclude, I just wanted to say, we need to start creating leaders who we need, or we need to start being the leaders who we need. And, the majority of today's leaders are preoccupied with protecting their occupation, but not their legacy. I always keep talking about the two stories of, if you remember, some of you who studied history, there was a guy called Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great traveled around the world. He was such a great guy that he even named a city after his horse. Alexander the Great died years ago. Now in comes two very amazing people. Jesus. Jesus was never about building cities or anything of the kind. It was about people. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Same thing, people. When we talk about personalities today, who has a larger following, or who have a larger following, and who do we talk about every day in our lives? We talk about Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Jesus. We don't talk about Alexander the Great every day, unless some of you are so stuck in your history that you talk about him every day, but we hardly talk about him. So leadership is about people. It's not really about buildings. It's not really about all these monuments and statues. It's really about people. And if you want to create a strong legacy, succession and people is the way to go. And as I conclude, finally, leaders who think of the next generation than the next position in the organization are the leaders we need. Leaders who think of the next generation than the next position. And finally, we need to have leaders who love to give up power and watch progress. I'll tell you why. Many of you are familiar with the story of Jesus. When Jesus was coming to his ending times, he offered all of his opportunities to his disciples. He would have said, I want to be the guy shining all the time. After all, I have a following. But he chose to allow his disciples to take over. And even after he died, the disciples continued the great work that he was doing. I want us to go back into our organizations and be those great disciples and thinking about succession and succession in the right way. And for us to think about this, it's about looking out for those people. They might not be young people. I know we like to emphasize them being young people, but people who we believe, when you are giving them that baton, it will be worthwhile. Now, let me end finally with one very interesting analogy. There was a funeral, and people were walking around the casket. And in the casket, there was this great Olympian. This great Olympian was in his tracksuits. You know how they be when they're getting their flowers after they've won races. And in there, the great Olympian, as old as he was in the coffin with his baton. You know what was sad about it? He had never handed over the baton to anyone. So his greatness was in the coffin with him. Let's not be that leader. We can be better. Thank you very much.
Wow. Tony, I'm more than sure that you're preaching to the right people. When you talk about leadership in retirement, in succession planning, and you talk about Jesus, we're in the same line. So thank you very much, and I'll just want to request our dear delegates, let's just get our pens and papers, keep writing those questions, those concerns. We'll just hear from the next two panelists, and then we'll open up the floor for you to make your comments and your questions. So I'll quickly move. Thank you very much, dear Tony, for the beautiful, beautiful and informative submission. Let me quickly now move to our second panelist, Mary, the Human Resource Management Consultant. You cannot talk about succession planning and you miss the human resource specialist. So let's just have the next discussion from Mary. Would like to hear from you about preparing for life after active service. When everything is done very well, what happens after the active service?
Retrenchment exercise happened, which was in 1990. Retrenchment exercise happened, which was in 1992 or 93. Those of you who were young then, you probably went to schools like Nakasero Primary School or Kitante or Buganda Road. Those were their schools then, not your Kampala parents now. So, the people who were retrenched in 1992, I think it was, were officers, both men and women, who lived in a government house, received their medical treatment in a government facility, took their children to one of those good primary schools in a government vehicle, fueled by public money. And the house would be somewhere in Nakasero or Kololo, or somewhere in Bugolobi. And then one morning, each of these people went to work as usual, and they received a letter that told them they were not employed anymore. So, they didn't have a government house. They did not have a government car to take the children to school. They did not have government fuel. They were on their own. And some of them, depending on how you treated your driver, at that time there were no bodyguards. Depending on how you treated your driver, some of them actually became squatters in the servant quarters of their previous drivers who had built a house in the suburb. And they were able to accommodate their boss and his family until this person could adjust. Why am I telling you this story? It's to show you maybe the extreme
but it is real, it is a real case study, it's not made up. What can happen to you? Things did change thereafter, but I don't know if there was that much improvement. Yes, the houses were sold, so you didn't have to have a government house anymore, but you still had fuel and vehicle. And what happens is that when you leave active service, at least from the experience that I have in government, you are on your own. But I have also noted, I have observed, that even people who retire from other organizations, corporate entities like yours, most of them become ill within less than a year of their retirement. Now, you are insurers, and I think normally you target corporate organizations because they are able to pay. But I don't know how many organizations pay for their employees for life, like medical or education insurance. Do you know of any? Anybody? I know that the Bank of Uganda pays medical for their people for life, but I don't know of any other entity that does that. So you, as managers of risk, that is a very big potential market for you. You can either encourage individuals to take out insurance, medical, education, whatever, for themselves and their families while they are still working, even though their company is paying for them. Or you can create a product that can actually enable the employer and the employee to contribute to a scheme that will continue to take care of these people. Because when that doesn't happen, they will be used to free medical care or free contributory from the employer. And as soon as they exit, whether at a younger or later age, then they will not be able to access the medical care that they require. If they still have school-going children, the children will not be able to get the education, the quality that they need. And I said I'm going to mention this to you because as brokers, as people who generate what you think should be on the market, your theme said something about re-energizing, rethinking, reshaping, something like that?
Correct.
What was the purpose? In order to remain relevant. So if you want to remain relevant at the organization level, then you need to think more creatively about the kind of products that you are putting out there on the market. That is something, one thing that I wanted to mention. I wanted to divert a little into Tony's area about succession planning, because again, we sit in these positions and you think you are either the best person for the job and nobody should come anywhere near, or you are so satisfied with yourself that you don't think about tomorrow, or you are in denial, you don't believe that anything can happen to you, but the truth is that actually something can happen. So I think it is important to prepare not just for the succession, but also for your own self, for life after that you have left that active service, where things are more or less structured and you have a daily routine and a program and you go to meetings and you network and whatever. Believe you me, when you are no longer relevant, even the networking will stop. People will not be interested in you anymore. Yes, they will not be interested in you anymore if you are not working for that big corporate entity. So you need to plan, you need to create the relationships, like that guy in the Bible who said, how much do you owe my master? Can you please do this? So you need that kind of relationships. You have knowledge and expertise, as I have said. So please, don't simply look at, I think currently you do medical. I don't know what other products you do, but I think that you need to do a bit of diversity in the products that you are putting out on the market. But especially for people like me who are no longer employed, who were used to getting things from the employer, who are used to leading a structured life. Because it can be extremely challenging, as I said, many people have become ill, others have died, and sort of, disappeared literally into oblivion even when they are alive. And people would say, oh, so you mean so-and-so was still there? There is somebody who was pronounced 2 days ago that they had died, and they were like, oh, so you mean he was still alive, that kind of thing. So that is what I'm putting out for you guys in the insurance industry who are in the business of managing risks. Please let people foresee what is going to happen when they are no longer in active service. When you are seated in that chair, you don't anticipate it. But I believe that if you design products that can actually be attractive, that are easier to manage for both employers and as well as employees, you can definitely diversify and widen your market. I thank you very much.
A big round of applause for our Mary. And Mary, right there, the subject of medical insurance comes up again. And I want to just share with you as well that life after the active service, when we are very active and vibrant and running all over the place to design these products, we rarely think about our health. Yes, we do, but not to a big extent. 2 weeks ago, the Kingdom of Buganda, through Werinde, where I serve, unveiled a new product for Rotarians. And we are calling it medical insurance for Rotarians. With the market survey we have done, 80% of the request for that product is between the age group of 65 to 80 years old. You see, the insurers are quiet, very quiet. So ladies and gentlemen, right there, please keep writing, note the needs that we need to actually rethink, reshape the needs of what the market requires. Thank you very much, Mary. And finally, I would like to now invite the one who handles our money as we are going home in the evening hours of our careers. Geoffrey, we are waiting. Pension is the discussion next. Is it possible to live on our pension after retirement? Please share.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think my topic is the one that people hardly get excited about. People hardly want to speak about things like pension and the time when they will no longer be in active employment. Now, the question of whether you can actually sufficiently live on pension when you retire is not one of simply yes or no. It's a question of which factors influence or determine how adequate your pension will actually be. So it's not simply saying yes, it's not simply saying no. We need to interrogate those specific factors that we need to look at when you're still actively employed in order to influence the adequacy of the pension that you'll get. There's so much data. Of course, a lot of the data available is on pension schemes in the West. But some of these factors are universal, and they apply to everyone. So let's look at some of the factors. One of them is the amount and period for which you contribute. So your pension pot is going to be influenced by how much you actually contributed and how long you contributed. One of the stats that we have at the NSSF is that on average, Ugandans contribute for less than 10 years. What that means is that most people actually are actively employed for less than 10 years. So someone gets a job for 1-2 years, they lose it and stay for 3 years without another job. So there are gaps in the contributions. So how long you save significantly determines how much that money will be. But the other key thing is even the amount, how much you actually save. More than 80% might even be a conservative number, but more than 80% of actively employed Ugandans only save with NSSF. I can say that again, more than 80% of actively employed Ugandans only save with NSSF. And even so, because it is forced. So chances are that if it was also optional, probably they would be saving with nothing. It might sound ironical, but you can also find employees of an insurance scheme only saving with NSSF. And they do not have any other scheme to cover them. Now, would NSSF alone be sufficient to cover you when you retire, given the fact that our incomes are also small? I'll tell you that on average, most employed Ugandans contributing to NSSF earn less than 300,000 per month. So even if your employer did the 10% and you did the 5%, would that be sufficient? It would mean you've got to do a lot more. The other factor that I would want us to look at, of course, how much you contribute depends on how much you can afford to contribute. Saving is a fact of income. You cannot save what you do not earn. So you need to first expand your income in order to be able to save. Even when government rolls out the programs and tells people to save, even if NSSF were to open a branch in every district, it will not increase the savings. Why? Because the biggest problem is the fact that majority of the population have hardly anything to save. We go to industrial parks, and you find that more than 80% of the employees earn 5,000 shillings per day. And you know what happens is that they have not yet bought supper for today because they need to first work today to be guaranteed supper. Maybe the people in this room don't need to work today to get money for supper. So probably you're in a better place to even save more. Of course, how many years do you have to save? The earlier, the better. You need to start early. Of course, if you're much younger, you need to start early. Usually, people begin to plan for retirement when they begin to get notifications from their employers. At my workplace, the system is automated. So when you have less than 1 year to retire, the system sends you a message every week and says, "Dear Tony, this is to remind you that you have less than 1 year left." Then the following week it says, "Dear Tony, you have 11 months and this number of days." With 1 month left, the system tells you, "Please begin to work on your paperwork with HR and admin so your process of exit is not delayed." And you see people panicking, and they are beginning to increase savings in the circle. It is too late. You need to begin now when you're still much younger. The beauty of starting early is that although your incomes are much lower at a young age, you have a longer period to save. If you start late because now you're earning a lot more, you have too short a period in which you'll be earning a lot of money. So that is also key. Of course, the other key thing is you need to predict what you will need when you retire. If you begin to work at 20 years of age, chances are that you cannot accurately predict your needs at retirement. But you have the advantage of dreaming so big, so you begin to save towards that dream. But if you think of it late, you might have the money, but the period left is too small. So the period plays an extremely important role. The other key thing that we need to look at is life expectancy. Today, life expectancy has gone up to 64 years of age at birth. So the day you are born, your life expectancy is 64. But that number is more threatening. If you reach 60 years of age, your chances of living for another 20 to 30 years are extremely high. So even as you plan for retirement, do not plan that you're going to be dying at around 70. If you are lucky that you work up to retirement, you live for another 20 to 30 years. The typical thing that we've seen in pension schemes is that people that are on a reasonable pension do not easily die. They refuse to die. There is a pension scheme in the region where actuaries did the numbers for them and said, you can issue a pension. On average, more than 80% of the pensioners will die at 70. So you sign a social contract and you're going to pay them pension because your numbers are indicating that majority of them will have died at 70 and you'll have no obligation to them. The fellows have refused to die. And the scheme continues paying. And they are living much longer. The diseases that used to kill people 30 years ago do not kill them today. There is a lot of innovation. So you also need to look at the fact that you're likely to live for another 20 to 30 years when you retire. How will those years actually be? If you've been following the trend, there have been demonstrations in France, Paris, because the government has chosen to adjust the age from 62 to 64. To say you can't access pension at 62. So we're upping it by 2 years. Some countries are pushing it to 70. Why? For two reasons. Number one, the governments just don't have enough money to pay pension. So they are trying to delay you. But number two, especially in the West, they also realize that even at 70, people are still active and can continue working. So life expectancy plays an extremely important role. But as I come towards the end, the other key thing is lifestyle choices. Whether your pension will be sufficient or not is largely determined by the choices that you make as an individual. Lifestyle choices. There's the thing called social comparisons. We try so much to compete with many other people when we are still employed. We need to appreciate that regardless of how much you compete with other people, you'll always be poorer than someone else. That's a fact. You'll always be poorer than someone else. There'll always be someone that has got more than you do. So do not live your life chasing that person. Because in the process of chasing that person, you are accumulating liabilities. As soon as you retire, you realize you've lived your life chasing people. Because they've bought a Benz, you say, but how can that guy who was in a class lower than me drive a Benz? Let me buy a Range Rover. But as soon as you buy the Range Rover, you realize some people are flying. They don't even need to be on the ground. There will always be someone richer than you. So run your race. Determine your lifestyle. When you're about to retire, it's not the right, and this might sound a bit personal for some people, but certain choices that you make in your old age. You are 60 years of age, and that's when you're marrying. And you're marrying a 25-year-old girl. Chances are she's going to want to have children. So do you want to be paying school fees during your retirement? Of course, if you can afford it, it's okay. But generally, most people cannot afford it. You are 60 years of age, and that's when you're planning to divorce. But you've been married to this woman for the last 20 years. You should have divorced earlier. Because guess what? You are divorcing, and for most men, especially as Africans, even when we divorce at 60, we are likely to look for another partner. We've run some data. Most women, even when they divorce, or even when their husbands die, beyond a certain age, they remain alone. Okay? They focus on raising their children. Men in our genetics, we are not made to be alone. So even at 60, you are divorcing and you're going to get someone else to come in. And that has financial implications. Either as a result of the divorce, you're going to share your wealth. What should have facilitated you in retirement? You are sharing it out. But also the new lady or man who is coming in also is young and they want to have children. So when do you make some of these choices? Last month, I had an engagement in my office with a member of the fund that had retired. This person had more than 1.4 billion as their balance. For the record, by the way, we've got a number of billionaires, people that have been working. And you find a member having 4 billion or 5 billion, even 6 billion. This fellow had lived around Kololo, Naguru. Their company was paying their rent. And so now they were retiring. They had never built a house. They didn't have a house in Kampala, but they also didn't have a house in the village. Now the company was no longer, of course, going to pay their rent. The only money they had was NSSF. So when this guy came to me, he came with an architectural plan. He had gone to his architect and they had drawn for him a beautiful plan. And he said, I want to build my dream house. We had an extremely honest conversation. And I told him, look, the beauty of aging is that when we are still young, we have dreams. But as you grow older and the reality catches up, you begin to adjust your dreams, right? I was telling some people earlier that growing up, I wanted to be a doctor. Then my marks in the subjects that were relevant couldn't give me medicine. I adjusted. So I told this guy, you are 60. Your dream house will cost anywhere between 500 million to 900 million. And because you are no longer working, you will not even afford land in Kololo and Naguru and Kamocha. Because his pension could simply buy him land in that area. So most likely he was going to Kira or Gayaza. But he had never lived in that kind of environment. He was used to living in Kololo. So long story short, we agreed that owning a house is not a sign of success per se. It was cheaper for that gentleman to undertake an investment that can guarantee his continued stay in Kololo than building a house in Kira and is broke in that house. So this guy got about 1 billion and invested in a 20-year government bond, earning him about 15% after tax. You know what that means? That on a monthly basis, if you divide that money per month, he's earning almost 14 million shillings every month. He moved to Kamocha now. That's a bit close to Kololo. Okay? He moved to Kamocha, is in an apartment where he's paying 2.5 million per watt out of his 14 million. But for the next 20 years, even if he wanted to go back to Kololo, the money that he's earning on his bond can afford him Kololo. But he could have made the mistake of getting that 1 billion and build a dream what? And your neighbors are looking at you and they're saying, look at this rich man, but you know what is in your pocket. Finally, every time I discuss this topic, I give people the example of my own father, who was a police officer and died so many years ago. But he died quite an old man. And of course, not to make the mistakes that he made, he had quite a number of us in old age, okay? And he was lucky that his first children, our brothers and, sisters, were successful enough to take us away. So they would come home and say, Daddy, give me this fellow, let me go. So they educated us. Today, when I go back home and I look at my own children, I do not see any slight indication that they will look after me. Nothing. We might be the last generation. We might be the last generation today that is supporting our parents. When I hear my children speak about their dreams, I don't feature in any of those dreams. I don't. Many of them will be in countries other than Uganda. By the way, even those that would have loved to support me, some of their incomes might not even be sufficient to support me. Ladies and gentlemen, as you plan, as you make money, you also need to plan at the back of your mind that chances are very high that even in your old age, you may continue to support your adult children. Not the other way around. So if you are here and you think that part of your insurance are your children, no. You need to make enough money, because even your own son-in-law, you might want to facilitate them for the benefit of your daughter. Then the real final one, I've copied this from Tony, who kept saying, final one. The real final one, my father loved beer. He loved a brand called Bell. And he retired back into the village. Of course, people nowadays don't retire to the village. They stay in Kampala. I used to wonder, every evening, about 5 people would visit my father, every evening, and were the same faces. Later on, I learned that the reason they came to visit my dad every day is because they could afford beer. They were coming to drink with him. When you retire and you have nothing to offer people that used to be your friends, they will not visit. I later learned that my father got constant visitors because there was beer to take. And one of the reasons my father lived long was his ability to buy beer for his neighbors, so they would visit him and they catch up on their old stories. So as you plan, you need to have excess money in order to maintain people. Because if you retire and you offer nothing, you know why people fear to visit you? They think you're going to ask. But demonstrate that for you are not going to ask, you are instead going to give. Of course, the key thing that I didn't talk about is that even the scheme that you join matters. What is the type of the scheme? The insurance scheme. If you look at a scheme like NSSF, we pay you a lump sum. And trust me, that is dangerous. Most people are very good investors until you give them their money. That's when it is blown. So lump sum schemes accumulate a huge balance for you. You are given 800 million, but in your entire life, you've never touched 10 million. You almost run mad. So you need to plan before going to NSSF to pick that money. What am I going to use it for? In my department, we started what we call the financial literacy classes. We now reach out to people that are about to access their money and train them for 6 months. Not at their cost, in order to prepare them. If you are not sure what you're going to use your money for, you don't have to pick it. You shouldn't pick simply because you qualify. I was having a chat with Tony. People picked mid-term, not because they had figured out how to use it, but because they qualified for it. So they bought a new car, and they duplicated what they would have had at retirement. Of course, pension schemes like the one run by the government of Uganda guarantees you pension for life. But of course, that pension is not sufficient. Of course, that pension can be indexed or adjusted every year, but it's still not sufficient. The only thing that pension will do for you, especially if you have only one pension, the only thing that you'll benefit is certainty, consistency, knowing that at every end of month it will come. And therefore you can go to the neighborhood shop and borrow a kilo of sugar, and they will give it to you because they know that your pension is coming. But that pension will not be sufficient, so you need to do a lot more. You need to go beyond NSSF. You need to have insurance plans with different insurance schemes. And the other beauty is that when you have your plans with different schemes, you're also reducing your risk. You don't need to put all your eggs in one basket. If one insurance scheme is giving you 9% this year, The other might give you 12. Okay? But to work and think that your pension alone will cover you is a big issue. But two, certain costs, if you've not achieved certain things in your 40s, in your 30s, don't try to achieve them at 60. What you need most in your old age is cash. You don't need a big house. You need cash. That big house will not give you money to go to India for treatment. We had a voluntary member who is a renowned rich man in Kampala, but the guy realized when he got cancer that he was rich on assets and poor on cash. He needed only 100 million to go to India. He couldn't sell even one of the buildings. He ran to NSSF and emptied his account and went to India. So as you age, you need to move more towards passive income that guarantee you cash. You don't need to accumulate physical assets. That 1 square mile of land in Mbarara, you know, those 1,000 heads of cattle, you'll find it harder to transform them into cash as and when you need. So as you move towards retirement, consider moving into passive types of income that guarantee that your cash will come. Thank you.
Wow, what an interesting discussion. Reality, we clearly came to unlearn. You know, for me, the weekly reminders of Jennifer, you have 11 months, and then Kawe demo, like we usually say. I've been getting those messages, Geoffrey, because in 2 weeks' time, at my level 4, I will be entering room 5. You know, if you know, you know. I have refused to, even the trainings I have not attended, because I still feel young. It is refusing to accept reality. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the discussion in the house. A round of applause for our 3 panelists. Thank you very much for the beautiful discussion this afternoon. And dear delegates, because of the time, I would like to open up the discussion, and let's just get 3 questions. 3 questions for our dear panelists, and then we go to Zoom. I'll need support from the ushers. 3 questions for our panelists, and then we call it an evening. There is a question here. Please support. Oh, 60 years old, and you're planning to divorce. Okay, there she is.
Firstly, thank you to the panelists for...
Dear delegates, let's listen to the questions, please.
Okay, my question is to Geoffrey. He talked about the financial literacy to those that are about to retire. If we're encouraging savings, what is the plan for the young who should be starting at a very tender age? And what is the government doing to encourage the savings culture? What programs are there that will ensure that even the informal sector, because you're probably educating those that are already in the formal sector, what happens to those in the informal sector, and what incentives are being given to people to be able to serve and plan for the future?
Thank you very much for that question. There's another hand right there from Paul.
Thank you very much, moderator, and Godfrey, this goes to you. I think I'll be respectful and stand. Midlife crisis does a lot of things to men, and I have to mention what it can do to us. But I realize that even when we have access to the funds, it's only 20%. And you give me 20% now, I'm full of energy to do very many things, which would then enable me to have a passive income. Why don't we have the opportunity to say hedge our funds, our fund value in the bank, to then borrow money from the bank and then generate that investment that is going to help me earn the passive income in future. Because if you give me my fund at the exit age, probably I'll even work up until 60, hopefully. You know what it can do to me if you give me 60 million. I mean, whatever amount of money it is at 60 years, and with the midlife crisis thing. So why don't we have that consideration? Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for that question. May we have the last question, please? There is a hand right here.
Thank you. This goes to Geoffrey, but can be answered maybe by the other panelists. For Bank of Uganda, of recent, I just got to hear from a circle of friends that that risk-free element seems to be no more. Why? Because word is going around that the government is broke and is actually now not able, or will not be able in the near future, to honor the bonds and treasury bill payments, interest payments. Now that brings a problem because it's been known to be the safest route. And then these schemes in insurance, some people take it with a grain of salt. And then when you look at other investments, they're not probably as sound to bring out that passive income. I don't know if you can say something about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear delegates, for the questions. Geoffrey, you seem to have a lot of questions. And dear delegates, I would kindly request that if there's any of us with a question about succession planning and how to live after the active period in our work life, I'll give one opportunity to any one of you. For now, Geoffrey, just take 2 minutes to
Thank
respond.
you. Let me start with the last one because it is the easier one. Government of Uganda bonds and the speculation that government is getting broke, and as such, they'll not be able to honor their debt obligation. I can say this without any fear of contradiction, that anyone who tells you that is the biggest liar in the room. The safest person that you can lend money to globally is the government. In the history of the entire world, no single government can fail to honor their debt obligation. Argentina almost failed, but eventually paid up. Now, Tony talked about oil and gas, and he says now they prefer to call it energy, right? If government of Uganda is projecting to get oil and gas, the worry shouldn't be that government will fail to pay. For me, the worry for investors like NSSF, the worry is that government will start to borrow less. So for us that look for places to invest, our worry is that government's appetite to borrow will go down. And therefore you are stuck with billions of money and you are looking for where to invest. Let me give you context. NSSF, in contributions alone, is collecting close to 7 billion shillings every day. Every day. So that is an upward of 150 billion per month. When you add income is more than 200 billion every month. So you might be stuck with more than 350 billion and you have nowhere to invest it, because the biggest opportunity to invest has been in government bonds. So my worry would be that for prospective investors, where will you invest if the government of Uganda's appetite to borrow goes down? But I can guarantee you that government cannot fail to pay. I always make this joke that the beauty about government, and by the way, this is a joke, right? The beauty about government, it is a joke but also true. The beauty about government is that even in the worst of circumstances, if they don't have money to pay you, at least they have the power to print. So government cannot fail to honor its debt obligation. The projections are that going into 2025, when we begin to get our oil out, chances are they will borrow less, and therefore will be forced to go out further into the region to look for investment opportunities. So your worry should be that today, if I'm getting a 20-year bond at almost 18% or 15% after tax, in 5 years' time, you may never get those rates. Those rates will go down, but not that they can't pay. My colleagues may add as well. The question of access to the fund, only 20%. By the way, you should even be glad that they are giving you only 20%. I was having a chat with Tony earlier, and these are my personal opinions, that midterm was even a mistake, because you're paying people money at a time when they don't have a need for that money. Pension schemes by nature are never designed to give you money when you're still young. Okay, and you know why? Because even if you got it at this age, you'll blow up that money. And that has been confirmed. People are very good investors of their money until they have it in their hands. The only continent I'm being too generous, the only country in the world where people are clamoring to access their money earlier is Uganda. The rest of the world is actually increasing the age. There are countries where the age has now been moved to 70. The other trick for you to live a better life in retirement, if you belong to a pension scheme, you can even opt to begin accessing that pension later. If you have some money that you can live on immediately you've retired, you don't even need to begin accessing your pension immediately, except for government plans where they give you the pension immediately. But then you guarantee yourself a longer opportunity to get your pension. So you might think you are wise enough to invest your money until when you have it. The reason why you are saving only 5% and your employer 10% is so that you can plan with whatever else is left. If you are given your NSSF today, we are doing a research today. Most of the people that took their midterm, my brother, did not undertake investments. Most of them paid school fees. Okay? I know of members who took their children to universities in the UK. And you know the money they used? Midterm. Today you look at them and say, if you cannot afford to pay university tuition for your children using your normal income, and you must use pension, your pension, to take your child to the UK, that child was never meant to go to the UK. They were meant to study here. But like I talked about, social what? Comparisons. Because if Tatura is taking theirs to the UK, even I must. But chances are that you yourself didn't even go to Makerere. You went to the university in your district and you made it in life. So it's not whether you send them to the UK. Life, success in life is not going to be determined because you went to a university in the UK. No. We've seen kids who go to the UK and come here and they are not any different. Some of them are even worse. So if you went to Busoga University and you are successful, even your child can go to Busoga University. Or if you want to upgrade your child from Busoga University, at least take them to Makerere. But only take your child to the UK if you can afford it. And that's where insurance comes in. When I'm still working and my dream is my child should go to the UK, I should open a policy today. But I shouldn't wait for my midterm in order to send my child to the UK. So this money is meant to be accessed long term. For me, the key thing that we need to change in terms of policy is, other than giving people a lump sum, could we consider giving you a percentage of your money in lump sum, and the balance, we either have insurance companies on stand and you choose your company of choice to guarantee you a certain level of annuity. So you are guaranteed income in your old age. Because most people just blow up the money. You give someone that money in old age, they go and rear goats. They have never reared goats. And after 1 year, all the goats have died. So perhaps we can work with partners like insurance. We don't look at insurance as competitors. They are really partners because there are things they offer that we might not offer. But please, whenever you have a problem and you immediately think of the money in NSSF, then you are among the poor working people. Because if you are planning well and you get a problem, the last money you should ever think of is money in NSSF. Because that money is never meant for your recurrent expenditures. Finally, financial literacy. Because the program is new. As we build capacity, we chose to begin with those that are in most urgent need. So we are able to predict and say next year, the foreign people will make 50 years of age and they're out of employment, so they'll access their money. Or the foreign will make 55 years of age. So we began with those. But we've also developed a cohort for young people. And we are going through secondary schools to try and expand it. We are working with the central bank. We are working with the Capital Markets Authority to see how do we scale this. We've developed a bot, using artificial intelligence, where if we can't reach you, at least that bot can help to give you certain financial advice. You can type in anything, and that bot should give you answers that are more accurate than what a human being would actually, give you. But we're trying to find ways to scale financial literacy. And for the benefit of the people in this room, it is important to seek financial support. When you're about to access big money, majority of Ugandans get advice from their spouses and their children who have no idea on matters financial. So please seek financial support. Go to an actual financial advisor. If you have 1 billion shillings and you need to pay financial advice only 2 million for them to give you credible advice, invest that for your sake. But if you go to Chikubo to look for financial advice, people will tell you to open a shop because now spare parts are selling like hot cake. The day you bring the spare parts is the day you realize that that was the worst business that you could ever do. And also, again, this might depend on your circumstances, but retirement is not the best time for you to begin a business. Begin now, such that when you're retiring, you're already doing that business. At that point, even if you take the risk and put a portion of your money in the business, you are certain about the profitability of the business. Many of us want to begin that business when we've got the NSSF money. If you've never reared fish in your entire life, don't begin at 60. Find a safer way that will protect your money and that it is extremely passive, because you don't have the energy to chase people. You don't have the energy to look after cows at 60 years of age. If you're not killed by thieves, you'll be killed by your own cows. Thank you.
Wow. What a beautiful time to rethink, re-energize, and to reshape not just our industry, but our individual lives. Thank you very much, Geoffrey. And I'll consider those your parting shots. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have the last final question about any of the subjects apart from pension that we've been discussing this afternoon? The first was about succession planning, and then how to live after the active period. One question. There is a hand up. In half a minute, please, Rita.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you so much, panelists, for a very engaging session. My question goes to Tony. I know this is a question that many people in the room would like to ask, and I'll be the brave one. How do we get our seniors in various positions to start giving way to other people, and to also give them the assurance that it's okay to actually to be a leader and leave a legacy? And this is in different spaces. It's in the church, it's in businesses, it's in organizations, it's in different spaces. How can we start to have these candid discussions with our seniors that, you know what, I think we can, some people can do this better than you. You've done a good job, you've run your race, hand over the baton, and you leave a good legacy. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Rita, for that very brave question. Tony, I request as you respond to that question, finally, you will hear from you on your parting shots as well.
Thank you very much. I would say probably a revolution, My elder here talked about being a revolutionary earlier. Probably a revolution, but I don't know if some of you saw the details in the press a couple of days ago about how juniors are fighting their seniors over pay. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And probably that's also one of the biggest challenges with succession, because people don't want to move and leave that opportunity. The guy with 1.4 billion would probably not have wanted to leave that house in Kololo, you know? But the truth is, and again, this goes back to what I talked about, purpose and conviction. If you know what is great for you and great for your organization, you definitely know that more people or better people out there are available to take your vision to a greater height. Now, that is a fair understanding from the leaders themselves. If you look at most great businesses, and today we're talking about generational businesses, and I deal with entrepreneurs every day. We've always asked ourselves as Ugandans, how come as Ugandans we do not have as many businesses that speak about generations? You only hear Madvani, Mukwano, Meta. I mean, you don't hear Opio and Sons. Opio, who started 50 years ago and has that generational thing. So what are we doing in terms of getting ourselves into this whole succession story? And I always say, success without a successor is failure. It is failure. So it has to be a very clear conversation between, one, the organization itself to understand what its purpose is, what it's actually aiming for. Because then that's when you start having those candid conversations. But also, I remember from my past organization, and also most organizations I'm in, including the one I am in, we have what we call a succession plan, which has the timelines for the succession. It has what has to be done in terms of the training involved, the mentorship involved, the exposure involved. Now, I'll ask you again, and this is for you to answer. How many of you know in your organizations have these succession plans? That is for you to answer at the cocktail today. But the truth is, it is a very difficult conversation to actually think of when you're thinking about juniors now fighting for, their right to take on something. And like he said, and I thank my brother here because he has overly painted the inconvenient truth. People are scared of the outside. Guys, the outside is so scary. If I told you today, even in your prime age right now, you have no job, you would get so freaked out. So we're all scared of the outside. Now imagine a guy who has no house in the village, has no house in Kampala, has been living the good life like she said, and your only option is to go and squat in the boys' quarter of the house that used to be yours. So all of these things are human conditions that make us scared. But like I said, it has to come again back into the conversations in organizations, organization culture, and again, organization advancement in, your human resource and planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tony, for those remarks and clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent, but I'd like to keep my promise. Is any of us keeping a burning question on how to live after our active age? There's one delegate with the question. And to you, Mary, as you respond to that question, we'll also allow that you give your parting shots and then we conclude.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is just a reminder of the question that was asked by my colleague Bendis on what is the government is doing to ensure that there is enough saving among the youth. I would be specifically among the youth, because as where we are, as people who are in our 5th floor, it would be very difficult, as he mentioned. But at least the government should now start backwards to see the mistake. I can see someone said here, even if you regret, you will not reverse what happened. Rethink, rerun, and replan. So, what is the government doing, at least to help the generations to come, so that they can at least partake this rethinking and reopening and strategizing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question reminder. Geoffrey, that's for you to respond in a minute, please.
Thank you. So, first disclaimer is I'm not a spokesperson of government, but I'm going to answer in context of NSSF, okay? So sometime last year, the NSSF Act was amended. And one of the reasons for that amendment, among other reasons, was to extend coverage. Now, a number of things are happening to try and extend that coverage. Number one, we realized that so many people, in fact, majority of Ugandans, work in smaller companies, in companies that employ less than 5 people. And the law never required them to save. That, according to the new law, has changed. And we are now aggressively chasing the market. Some of you might be in this room, and we've been sending you emails all the time to ask you to register your small enterprises, so you begin to contribute for your people. Number two, the other key thing that changed around those amendments was the introduction of voluntary contributions. Now, people that are formally employed, like you and I, are saving 5%. The new law now gives us an opportunity to save over and above 5, if we so wish. Because why should the employer save for you 10? This is your money, and for you are saving 5. At worst, you need to match what the employer is saving. Finally, it also opened up space for the informal sector, that all Ugandans, regardless of whether you're in formal employment or informal employment, you can now join. Yesterday, we were finalizing the regulations for the voluntary sector, and we'll soon be issuing them. Today, out of the 150 plus billion that we collect every month, only about 3 billion is voluntary contributions. Our target is to up that number to at least 50 billion per month in the next 5 years. And we think that gives an opportunity to more people to save. But of course, the other challenge, and this is also completely honest, as a country, and the president said it sometime back in Namutumba, government's immediate biggest problem is to first create the jobs. Because even the youth that you speak about, majority of them have no job. So even if you put an avenue for them to save, they cannot save what they don't earn. So government's immediate challenge is to create jobs. Because if there is no employment, you know, if you look at our data in NSSF, one of the saddest things in this country is that of the employers that contribute NSSF, close to 40% are schools. So we've got more schools than factories. Now, if you have more schools than factories, then where are those learners going to work? We've got more schools because you'll go to one trading center and there are 10 schools. And each school is having less than 100 learners, okay? So if our biggest number of enterprises or companies are schools, then we have a challenge. We need to create more avenues for employment, and unfortunately, factories alone will not create many jobs. Factories no longer employ many people. The keynote speaker in the morning talked about the impact of tech. You know, technology, artificial intelligence. I go to Namambe sometimes during my field work, and you go to a factory and find 3 people, and they're running a factory because it is largely automated. Most jobs are actually in the services, sector or industry. So even before we think about the youth contributing, have we created for them job opportunities in order for them to earn? Thank you.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful package for us. And I read sign language many times. There's just one burning question behind there. He's the only person standing between our time to go and exercise a bit. So in quarter a minute, if you can achieve that, please.
Thank you. Not a question, just a comment, food for thought. When you talk about preparing for the future, as insurers, experts in this field, some of our products, the policies we implement, we don't think about the time we shall be the ones past that age. So I think as part of our preparation, this is the time we can influence how we shall benefit when we are there. Insurance favors those that are able, working, but we don't think about the day we ourselves here will not be able to work. So as part of the discussion, I think there's an opportunity for us to think about how to cover ourselves. When we cross that age of 65, 70, can we still enjoy the nice medical products we've been enjoying while employed? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that ad. And ladies and gentlemen, in the next 2 minutes, we'll be closing this session. But before that, I would like to request Mary, please share in a minute your parting shots, and then we close this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation and for giving us the opportunity to share some of our ideas with you. I encourage you, the previous person actually said it, we need products that will benefit not just you, but people who are actually out of active service. So I am throwing this back to you as a challenge so that by the time of your next conference, we actually can talk about these products. Thank you very much.
A very big round of applause for our dear panelists. Thank you so very much, dear Mary, Tony, and Geoffrey. Thank you so much for sharing your wealth of knowledge. I can confirm right now that let's be upstanding and just leave the podium with a lot of applause for our dear panelists. Thank you very much for spending your afternoon with the team here. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you very much, panelists. Please, before you leave, I think let's have the photo moment now. And as the photo moment goes on, I'll invite the MC to take us through the final phase.
Thank you very much. Can we request the moderator to join them and have a group picture? And at this time, can I invite my very good friend, Mr. Batanda from Skyway, to come and move the vote of thanks as I invite the president to come and be awarded.
I hope you've all enjoyed this session. I would want to thank the Ibau fraternity for giving me this opportunity to pass a vote of thanks to our speakers and our moderator. To our panelists, Mary Nanono, Tony Otoa, Geoffrey Sajabi, and our moderator, Jennifer Mirembe. I want to thank you very much for the words of wisdom and knowledge. I think for me, I've been greatly impacted. I can testify on 2 occasions. I think I've approached the 4th floor. That was about, I think, a week ago. But what has come out importantly in terms of succession, from the time we said Skyry, I was given one objective: start the company, plan to leave. And every day I work hard knowing that my time will come and pass. So I don't take it for granted that I start something, but I also have perspective that I have to leave. So in succession planning, I think Tony, you scored on that. In terms of retirement, my dad, who's a retired engineer, now an agronomist, started a few projects before leaving Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. And he did mainly pilots. And I can tell you that part of the funds that he's using to now move whatever he's trying to grow in the crops is part from NSSF. So I can testify that these words of wisdom are actually practical. So I think for all our members here, plan early, but most importantly for succession planning, wherever you are, you live, there will be someone who will be better than you. Just work with the perspective that your job you have now, you won't have it. I keep telling people, you're known by your company name. Usually they say Ronald Skyry. When you leave, people stop calling you. So plan. Our panelists, thank you very much. We appreciate you. And at this point, I'll hand over to the MC to thank the panelists. I can see the very beautiful art pieces here. Over to you, sir.
So I'll request the president of the East African Brokers Association to start with the moderator. In no particular order. Tony, you'll come in next. And after that, Mary. We'll have Mary. And after that, we'll finally have Geoffrey. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. President, I'll request you to lead the team off the stage as we finalize how we're going to run the evening and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we also give ourselves a big round of applause? As Geoffrey was speaking, I remembered what the young people say. Geoffrey, your financial literacy class that I just finished with Bank of Uganda, we have a group of young people that we went to train, and one of them put up their hands and said, if we die, we die. We are going to eat our money because that 64 age, we may not get there. But of course, one of us responded to him and said, what if you don't die? So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that we've thought well about leadership and retirement. I must say retirement and succession is a very difficult conversation. When I've wanted to have this conversation with my father, it has looked like I want to steal his property. So always I choose not to have the conversation. But also the other plan, when I discussed with him about succession, my father said, and allow me mention this in Luganda, mwana wange, jajjaawo yatuzaala tuli batono, tulina okugaziya ekika. For the international delegates, my father today, I have siblings as young as 4 years. Because my father said we need to grow. So when I asked my father, what is the succession plan? He said, I'm producing children. So we will find out. Ladies and gentlemen, can everyone exchange the right hand of friendship to their neighbor and tell them, thank you for holding out to this for day one. Exchange the right hand of friendship to your neighbor left and right and tell them, thank you very much for extending today. So I want to, before we get into the session, how we are going to run the evening is going to be more interesting. But before we get into the evening, ladies and gentlemen, allow me really appreciate. This time I'm going to start with our brass sponsors. We have Kenya Re, we have APA, we have PAX, we have Re-Insurance Solutions, Uganda Re, and Swiko. Can we give them a big round of applause? We have our corporate sponsors. We have our corporate sponsors, Alliance Insurance, we have Clarkson, we have GA Insurance, we have Britam, we have Sky Re, we have I-45, and we have Minet. Can we give them a big round of applause? Coming to the bronze category, we have Jubilee Allianz, we have Africa Re, we have ICA Lion Group, we have ITC, we have Jubilee Insurance, and Mayfair. Can we give them a big round of applause? We have Sapphire, we have Gold Star, we have Gold Star Insurance Company, we have the Uganda Insurers Association, we have Liberty. Can we give them a big round of applause? In silver, we have CIC. Can we clap for them? CIC Group. In diamond, we have Prudential. Can we clap for them? And in platinum, we have Sanlam and Old Mutual. UAP. Can we clap? And Wululet for them. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the final part of the program is usually more interesting. Today we have two things. One, we have Zumba that we had anticipated will start at 4. But now that it is 2 minutes to 4, It is starting at 4:30. So we are anticipating that all of you here are not dressed in attire for Zumba. But we're also taking the assumption that you brought the attire for what? But if you didn't, feel free to come in your high heel for Zumba. And Zumba is going to be at the tennis court. The reception together with the ushering team. Can you raise, gentlemen, can you raise your hand? Yes. The gentlemen and ladies that you see dressed together with the Ibau and then Aiva team will be down at the reception at the stairs to direct you where the tennis court is, but also the staff of this lovely hotel should be able to direct you where Zumba should be. People, let's be there at 4:30. We paid for a trainer. It will be so wrong for your money to be poorly spent when you don't turn up. Look at your neighbor and tell them, please turn up. Look at your neighbor and tell them, please turn up. But also tell them that fear the Lord. Because once people fear the Lord, they will indeed do what? They will indeed turn up. So after that, we have our dinner today, our gala dinner. Now, friends, the gala dinner is themed. The gala dinner is what? Why aren't you responding? The gala dinner is what? Themed. Who knows the theme? A touch of what? Touch of what? The touch of white. Now, I see some people who are intending to bring a touch of brown. Sir, a touch of? So make sure that you bring something that, some of you may come when your touch of white is a socks. May the Lord be with you. We may not have much to do, but we shall hope that indeed your touch of white is with you. So the gala dinner is going to be at the extreme part of the hotel. Still, the Aiva team, the reception, as you move, they will direct you. But for those of you who your rooms are in N20, that side, that is where the gala dinner is. There's a tent that is already set up. We have a band. We have a saxophonist. It will feel nice for you to share some of the songs you want to be listening to. Can we play for you Afrigo Congolese? Afrigo and Congolese. Bongo flavor? Bongo flavor? There is a gentleman yesterday, for those of you who managed to attend yesterday's session at the welcome dinner, who said that they should play for us gospel. I was a bit perplexed because people were holding a bell, karabu, and then I said the gospel, but then I said the same Lord that created us will be with us as we celebrate. So ladies and gentlemen, we need to come to close of the day. So allow me to inform you that tomorrow, just like today, we intend to keep time, and we anticipate that tomorrow we should be here by 8:30. So breakfast will be ready by 7:30. So let's be available for the breakfast. And a number of things are going to happen. Definitely we'll listen into the regulator and the regulator's perspective on insurance trends. We'll have a panel conversation. And please note that all our panel conversations are from Rethink, Re-Energize, and Reshape. So our panel session today has been one of those. So tomorrow we'll have those, the rest of the two that we've not had today. And then after the panel session, we'll have, of course, the closing session. We have a karaoke night tomorrow. But what the Ibau team has told me to tell your neighbor that we shall also have a karaoke competition through your companies. So if your company does not have a singer and you left them in Kampala, please pay for them to come because it may be important for you. But also tomorrow is when we shall go to Busawoko Falls for the international delegates. Please move around. Paul Kavuma, Mr. Paul Kavuma of Jubilee, please raise your hand. He will tell you what Busawoko means. He will tell you what Busawoko. Yes, he will tell you what Busawoko means. And then who else? Yes. Chris has reminded me. We will also show you where the source of the Nile is tomorrow. But we shall just point. We shall not take you there. Friends, there's someone who has decided to make this a radio station. We are announcing. There's a time when you come for these conferences and you really just want to enjoy high-level conversations, very smart people, sober, organized. And then someone decides to make you a radio station. Ladies, we are announcing a Nokia phone. A Nokia phone. It has a battery. It has a lot of people that I've called it. I don't know if it has Weore, but it is here. If you are the person, kindly please approach me so you can have your phone. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we should take it beyond this. We'd like to thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience. Let's ensure that even tomorrow, we are the very beautiful audience. As we move out, we have people that labored to exhibit for us. It is rude when people prepare for you food and you don't eat. It is what? So tell your neighbor, we must go to the exhibition space. Tell your neighbor, we must go. May the Lord lead us there. Thank you very much and have a lovely evening. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget 4:30 we are starting Zumba, and 6:30 we are starting the gala dinner. We have a lot of entertainment and we need to be there on time. So let's move, go through the exhibition space, go for Zumba, and see you at dinner. Thank you very much.